Wow, there's a lot to cover in that. Okay, so right. Yeah, I mean, I think again, these are tools that can be used perhaps for anything. It depends on whose hands they're in. The data centers, we can talk about those first. Generally, those are projects that are being created around the world, specifically to be able to store more data, to be able to analyze data faster. Certainly has AI reasons for being able to process quicker, faster, better, and all of those. Uh, Needs. Now, the connection between things like HARP um, and uh, the Puerto Rican telescope. Um, what I find to be interesting is, to my knowledge, HARP now has been shut down and has been given to um, the University of Alaska at Fairbanks, I believe. Um, and uh, Certainly a University of Alaska um, uh, university. Um, and then we have Puerto Rico, which I believe the um, Arecibo Observatory has been taken over by Florida Atlantic University. But I I want to check that um, because now it seems like are both of these are now being run um, at a university level. So HARP is University of Alaska Fairbanks. They took over from the U.S. Air Force in 2015, and then the Arecibo, um, it's University of Central Florida. Pardon me. Now runs that with partners with the National Science Foundation, and um, to me, these are always interesting places that really we don't find out that much about. There have been arguments. I've heard that the Arecibo um, teles- telescope could certainly be used to see into outer space, but also I've heard that it's basically the world's biggest ear, and it was used perhaps for clandestine reasons. The National Security Agency maybe could use it to listen in on people. And then HARP, I've heard, really works with the ionosphere, and it's a large has a large antenna transmitter to be able to study the ionosphere, and that you can actually use different waves to manipulate the ionosphere to manipulate weather, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, to perhaps create earthquakes, because the Earth and its different layers can be played almost like guitar strings or piano wire. And whether that's true or not, that was always the rumor that goes around. And another question that arises is, now that HARP is being maintained by the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and the Arecibo uh, telescope is being maintained by the University of Central Florida, where are these other perhaps clandestine places that we don't really know about because they haven't been made public? Uh, where What's going on there? Where are our other telescopes? Why don't we talk about them that much in the public? These are all, I feel, excellent questions that we don't really know the answers to at this point. And if we no longer use the Arecibo Observatory for being able to look into to observe space and planets in the atmosphere. Is everything on on Hubble? Is everything on the Webb telescope? I haven't seen a really great breakdown on what these newer types of technologies have been able to take over. You had also mentioned what just from a geography standpoint, or what are we talking about? Yeah, so they're separated by the Bering Strait, which is about 51 miles of open sea. Um, and it is one of the most dangerous places for sailors to go. It is what was once the way that people were able to migrate from the Asian continent to North America using a land bridge, but that was tens of thousands of years ago, which is no longer available. There have been inquiries to perhaps build a tunnel underneath the Earth's crust or in the Earth's crust to be able to connect North America to specifically Asia. And people think this might be good for relations between the United States and Russia. Um, from that standpoint, that's what we know about that. In terms of HARP or and Russia, generally, I think HARP is kept as secret as possible, or was in the past from all international organizations as best as possible, and that was not that did not have the same type of global community that something like CERN does. But as for a more specific question, if the commenter has something more specific, we could certainly go into it. I do. I was on a podcast where that was mentioned as well. So first, we can go through what's been verified with Greenland. Um, what we'll find on Greenland are weather monitoring stations. They are run by the Danish Meteorological Institute (DMI), and they're used to track Arctic storms, ice, and climate data. The the research equipment that is used is are ice sheet and climate research instruments. There are atmospheric sensors and satellites receiving stations, and then they have military radar installations. I believe they have what was once Thule Air Base, now it's Pidufuk Space Base. It's used for missile. Uh, Yeah, use this is used for missile warning, space tracking, and radar surveillance, not necessarily weather control. Um, there hasn't been confirmed weather control systems. It doesn't have an operational ionospheric heating array like HARP, and there's no system that's publicly known of steering hurricanes, creating storms, or changing weather on demand. But what people do say is that because it has remote military bases, it may have some type of existence. Generally, though, they're seen for climate and ice research, and because of its location, it sits in a sensitive Arctic atmospheric region. We will talk a little bit about weather modification as well, but in terms of that Greenland, um, maybe a UFO or disk that was found earlier this year, I did see some rumors about these things. Um, Hi, Arthur. At least that Greenland UFO disk. So the rumors were that a giant disc-shaped UFO was found under the Greenland ice. Perhaps it was a buried alien craft or a mothership under the glaciers, or that there's some type of secret military or government excavation activity. Um, we see this on social media, and it does get a lot of clicks from a at least what's been verified. None of that information. Um, what the credible sources do say, and I'm not saying that this is necessarily not credible, but it just hasn't been verified. Investigations and scientific reporting point to radar anomalies, are the ice formations or known structures, perhaps some mysterious shapes traced back to natural glacier layering or old Cold War installations like Camp Century, but no NASA, Danish government, or scientific body has confirmed any kind of alien objects in Greenland. What we will find in Greenland is ice sheet radar mapping projects, climate research stations, military radar bases for surveillance, not necessarily for tracking of UFOs or UAPs. Sometimes these are misinterpreted, and I think that they're interesting and they're exciting for people to think that maybe there's some kind of craft that's been preserved either recently or it was from thousands of years ago and it's been preserved and people can get to it finally due to climate change or whatever people want to say is the reason. Maybe someone dug there, but it's one of those things. And Missy, I'm sure that you've been in the industry long enough and you know the phenomenon. Until we get it on camera and we see it and we're able to test it, it's difficult to be able to prove, and it's hard to get that kind of evidence. But we're all excited for it. But at this point, I don't know if we really have anything more to that story aside from what was posted on social media. Do you have anything more on that, Missy? Right. Are you talking about the hurricane that had such a significant impact on places like Asheville? Yes, absolutely. And that was bizarre. Normally, the hurricane effects don't go as far inland as they did, and it was quite interesting. Um, okay, so we've talked a little bit about El Nino, and for those who don't know, um, heat waves, whether they are naturally occurring or whether they're being manipulated. They are certainly a dangerous form of extreme weather. Unlike sudden disasters, heat waves can slowly develop and certainly affect millions of people over large ranges. The El Nino effect is a natural climate pattern connected to the warming ocean temperatures, specifically in the Pacific Ocean. It is part of the larger El Nino Southern Oscillation cycle. El Nino influences global weather patterns by changing atmospheric circulation. The main argument is that El Nino can contribute to heat waves by shifting weather patterns and releasing stored ocean heat into the atmosphere. However, modern heat extremes are often intensified, perhaps by uh, by some other elements of climate change, which raises the background temperature of the planet. Now, there's the idea of human caused temperature or caused climate change. But then there's just the idea that we're on a planet that has always had climate change, and it's just part of living on a planet. And so I do want to say there's a difference between what we may be saying. We may perhaps just be in a period of global warming naturally. with very little human effect. The understanding of the connection, though, between El Nino and heat waves helps scientists predict and prepare for future extreme weather. So generally, we think we know what a heat wave is, but a heat wave generally just unusually high temperatures that last several days or longer. There's nothing necessarily nefarious to that, and the definition depends on the normal climate of each region. And temperatures are considered extreme in one location. Uh, Temperatures that are considered extreme in one location may be certainly normal in another. Generally, how these heat waves form, there's our high pressure systems that often create heat waves. Air sinks under the high pressure, reducing clouds and rainfall. More sunlight reaches the surface, increasing the temperature, and dry soil and vegetation reduce cooling through evaporation. Now we've heard this term heat dome in recent years. This is a strong area of high pressure that traps hot air. Hot air remains over the same region for extended periods, and the temperatures can become dangerous when heat remains trapped. Generally, the effects of these, as we know, on human health, heat exhaustion, heat stroke, increased deaths during extreme events, certainly can cause issues with agriculture, crop damage, reduced food production, the environment, wildfires, as you mentioned earlier, Missy, wildlife stress, drought expansion, and certainly on infrastructure, increased electricity demand, and damage to roads and power systems. Now, the Pacific Ocean, its role, it's of course the largest ocean, and the Pacific Ocean stores large amounts of heat, and changes in the ocean temperatures influence the atmosphere. And of course, with the Pacific Ocean being the largest body of water on Earth, it's going to have a major impact on global weather. Normally, within the Pacific, the trade winds move warm surface water toward the western Pacific. Cooler deep water rises in the eastern Pacific through upwelling, and atmospheric circulation remains in a normal pattern. When El Nino develops is when the trade winds weaken, warm weather moves eastward, sea surface temperatures become unusually warm in the central and eastern Pacific, and the warmer ocean releases heat and moisture into the atmosphere. Usually, this occurs every few years or so. Some events are weak, while others become very strong, and each event affects different regions differently. Now, what's the difference between El Nino and heat waves? El Nino has an effect on global temperatures. The warm Pacific waters transfer heat into the atmosphere. Strong El Nino events can contribute to record warm years, and global average temperatures can temporarily increase during El Nino. Also, it has changes in atmospheric circulation. El Nino alters wind patterns, jet streams can shift, storm tracks and rainfall patterns change, and some areas become hotter and drier. And then, of course, we have regional heat impacts. Some regions experience less rainfall, more sunshine, persistent high pressure systems. These conditions increase the chance of heat waves. What El Nino doesn't necessarily affect everywhere in the same way. Some regions may become hotter, some may receive more rain. Some areas may experience cooler conditions. The impact depends on geography and seasonal timing. In terms of El Nino and major heat events that we've seen in the past, in 1997 and 1998, there was a very strong El Nino, and this is really probably the first time people started outside of those very interested in weather and meteorologists and such started hearing about El Nino. So the 97-98 strong El Nino was one of the strongest El Nino events recorded. It caused major global weather disruptions, and it contributed to unusual temperature patterns. There was another very powerful El Nino 2015 to 2016, and this occurred during a period of rising global temperatures, and it was associated with record global heat. And then some of the recent extreme heat events that we've seen may be related to these. And so from that seems to be naturally occurring to some extent. And then we're going to get into weather modification, uh, and and that's a commonly held belief amongst a lot of people. Um, and even in the past, the discussion of weather modification was not as mainstream as it is today. I know just in the last decade, it went from something that either couldn't be done, weather modification went from something that couldn't be done or wouldn't be done or was not done to something that, like in Dubai, they have rain generation, weather, cloud seeding that occurs regularly once a week that provides the necessary irrigation to that region of the world. And they have a really state of the art system that creates clouds. And this is considered a type of a type of weather modification. and and this is something that isn't necessarily brand new. This has been around for some time. So, with that, let's get into the history of it and some of the deep understanding of what it is. So, modification refers to deliberate attempts by humans to influence atmospheric processes to change weather conditions. And it includes techniques designed to increase rainfall, reduce hail damage, weaken storms, manage fog, or influence local atmospheric conditions. This is different from controlling weather completely. Modern science can only influence certain processes under specific conditions, or so we're told. But as we know that with any kind of science, there are perhaps groundbreaking or state of the art uh, developments that may be able to alter certain effects much better than others. So there is importance of weather modification research. There's growing interest due to droughts and water shortages, agricultural challenges, climate variability, extreme weather events, aviation and transportation safety. Governments and research organizations investigate whether modifying weather can reduce risks and improve resource management. The central questions that exist: how much control do humans realistically have over weather? Which technologies are scientifically supported? And what are the environmental, ethical, and political concerns? So there were early attempts of humans to attempt to influence the weather. Certainly, ancient societies performed rituals intended to bring rain or prevent disasters. Early practices reflected humanity's desire to influence natural systems. Beginning in the 20th century, the development of meteorology and atmospheric science created opportunities for experimentation. Scientists discovered that clouds contain microscopic water droplets and ice particles that sometimes can be influenced. In the 1940s, we see the beginning of the cloud seeding uh, development and research. Researchers discovered that introducing certain particles into clouds could encourage ice formation. The discovery of materials such as silver iodide and dry ice led to modern cloud seeding experiments. And we've seen government programs. Several countries developed weather modification programs. Examples include agricultural rain enhancement projects, hail suppression research, and military investigations into atmospheric effects. The scientific principles behind weather modification, basically how weather forms, are it's due to temperature differences, atmospheric pressure, moisture, wind patterns, ocean and land interactions. Clouds form when water vapor condenses around tiny particles called condensation nuclei. Human influence on atmospheric processes occurs when with weather modification by changing small scale physical processes. Humans generally cannot create major storms or redirect major weather systems, though this has been hypothesized as something that either might be possible or something that needs more research. There are some limits of weather control. Weather systems are extremely complex. Results are often uncertain because of the natural variability is high, atmospheric conditions change rapidly, and effects may be difficult to measure. So we discussed this a little bit ago, but the cloud seeding technology. So for those who don't know, cloud seeding is the most widely used weather modification technique. It involves adding particles to clouds to encourage precipitation. Generally, the materials used are silver iodide. It mimics the structure of ice crystals. It's used mainly in cold clouds where ice formation is possible. Dry ice is also used. This is frozen carbon dioxide. It can rapidly cool cloud areas and encourage ice formation. There are salt particles that are used in some warm cloud experiments. It helps water droplets combine and grow. The method of delivery is usually through aircraft releasing seeding materials into clouds. and ground based generators release particles into rising air currents. The potential benefits are the increased snowfall in mountain ranges, increased snowfall in mountain regions, improved water supplies, reduced drought impacts, and support for agriculture. Some challenges are it requires suitable cloud conditions. This is difficult to prove the exact results, and the benefits vary by location and climate. Then we have fog and visibility modification. So there is technology available for airport fog reduction. Generally, fog can disrupt aviation and transportation, and scientists have explored methods to reduce fog in specific areas. The techniques are heating surfaces, dispersing particles, and encouraging fog droplets to evaporate. The limitation is it works only under certain conditions and it's expensive for large scale use. There's also hail suppression technology. The purpose of this is because hail can destroy crops, vehicles, buildings. Some regions use weather modification programs to reduce hail damage. The method is by cloud seeding attempts to increase the number of smaller ice particles. The theory is more ice particles may reduce the size of hailstones. There's scientific debate that exists. Some studies suggest the benefits, others argue the results are difficult to verify, and measuring success is challenging because storms naturally vary. There's don't Absolutely. Well, yeah, this is certainly perhaps a different discussion as well in the chemtrail versus contrail debate, and generally the accepted science is that many of the things that are quote unquote called chemtrails are actually contrails. But for people who remember what the sky used to look like, many times there were not these hazes that we see. Many times when we see these purported contrails that are most certainly. For anyone who is interested in this subject, uh, a resource that you may find of benefit is a documentary called What in the World Are They Spraying? It came out a while ago, but it's still perhaps relevant to this topic. And, and yes, so the things that I've mentioned are the things that are accepted um, from a weather modification standpoint, but some of those programs that we're referencing may perhaps be classified. I know that there have been whistleblowers, pilots, and such who say what you're being told isn't necessarily what's going on. I don't know for sure, um, but it's an excellent point to make, and it's an excellent set of questions. We're just researchers. We're scientists here, all of us. The chat, you, Missy, I'm a researcher. We're just trying to get to the bottom of what's going on in our world, and so to ask these types of questions, I feel is very prudent. Um, and certainly we'll get certainly and we have solar storms that occur and the magnetosphere. If you don't mind, can we cover that in the next section? Is that all right? Excellent. The idea of what we're seeing with hail suppression technology here on Earth, uh, the the scientific debate still exists about um, the suggested benefits. Others argue that it's difficult to verify, and measuring the success is challenging because the storms naturally vary. There's storm and hurricane modification research, and this one is of, I think, extreme importance. We talked earlier about the hurricanes that affected people far, far inland. That isn't normally something that we see, and the not millions but billions of dollars in damage that these cause and the deaths that they cause, and to people in Florida and the Gulf states and up the eastern seaboard, how the hurricane season can really affect them and their daily activities like a war zone, absolutely. So, this is certainly of historical interest. Scientists have investigated whether hurricanes could be weakened. Research has increased during the 20th century and into the 21st century. Past experiments show that some have explored changing hurricane structures. Results show that large storms are difficult to influence. Why hurricanes are difficult to modify generally is because they have enormous amounts of energy, and small interventions are overwhelmed by natural atmospheric forces. The current understanding is that there isn't a proven technology that can necessarily stop or control hurricanes, but it is being researched. Certainly, we have climate engineering and weather modification. The difference between weather modification and climate engineering, we should state, is that weather modification targets local or regional weather events. Examples are rain enhancement, fog reduction. Climate engineering attempts to influence global climate systems. Examples are solar radiation modification and carbon dioxide removal. The connection between the fields is that both involve human attempts to influence Earth systems and both raise questions about unintended consequences. And then military and government interests. Uh, some governments have studied weather as a strategic factor. Interest included battlefield conditions, communication challenges, agricultural impacts. There's certainly public concern. Secrecy around some historical programs contributed to speculation. Weather modification has sometimes been linked to claims about large scale weather control. The scientific reality, at least is what's stated, current evidence supports limited modification abilities. There's no demonstrated uh, technology capable of controlling global weather patterns. That's what we're told, but if we can do it in some areas, the idea is that hypothetically, perhaps larger areas of the Earth could be affected. Now, there are certainly environmental and ethical concerns with weather modification. The possible concerns are the effects of added particles, changes to the ecosystem, unintended precipitation changes, resource conflicts. If one region increases rainfall, questions may arise about the impacts on neighboring areas, and responsibility and regulation. Weather affects multiple communities. International cooperation may be needed for large scale activities. There's public debate and certainly misconceptions on this. Popular beliefs about weather control. Some people believe governments or organizations can fully control storms or disasters. This is these ideas are they often mix real research with some speculation. There are misunderstandings that occur regarding weather modification programs actually existing, atmospheric science being as complex as it is, and a limited public understanding can create some of this confusion. And really, scientific literacy in anything that we do is very important. Understanding what technology can and cannot do helps evaluate claims. Modern applications around the world, we have water management, regions facing drought investigate cloud seeding. It's used as a possible supplement to water strategies. Certainly with agriculture, farmers benefit from improved precipitation reliability, especially important in dry regions. Snowpack enhancement, mountain snow contributes to water supplies. Some programs target increased snowfall and disaster risk reduction, hail suppression, and fog reduction aim to reduce economic losses. Now, the future of weather modification here on Earth, and then we're going to get into space, is improved weather models. Better forecasting may improve timing and effectiveness. Artificial intelligence and atmospheric research (AI) may help predict cloud behavior, analyze weather patterns, improve experiments. Advanced delivery systems. Future research may explore better aircraft systems, more precise particle release, improved monitoring, and continued limitations. Whether it remains a chaotic system, technology may improve influence but not create complete control. Now, one thing that I found interesting from a practical standpoint, when I was a kid, I think they would give the 3 day weather, and back in the day, it might be just tomorrow's weather. Then it moved to 3 days. Then it was a week. Then it became 2 weeks, and now in some models you can see a month. But especially with AI, I would think that that would lend some type of improvement to meteorology and being able to predict the weather. I haven't necessarily heard any systems on local news or regional news or certainly national or international news that are saying we have this new AI system that's going to be able to predict the weather much better than our meteorologists can. We would hear this though with the adaptation of Doppler radar that we're going to be able to know down to your local area exactly what's going on. We'll be able to zoom in on the map and all of those things. But really, with the advent of AI in our regular activities, I haven't heard of that. And I would think that AI would be of extreme benefit. We hear all the negatives about AI, but I think AI perhaps could predict the weather better than your average meteorologist. And well, really, what AI does, perhaps better than your local meteorologist. In terms of AI, I mean, it is really a tool that's used to analyze different patterns, and weather are is one of those major patterns that I think it for which it may be of benefit. In terms of the meteorologist, though, that there's the old joke that it's the only job that you can have where you're 50% right and be able to keep your job the next day. And I just think that AI, if we're going to use it for good, perhaps really specific knowledge of what the weather is going to be may be of benefit. But as we are going to get into, what AI would need to track isn't always on Earth. There is space weather that does have an effect on us. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Oh, one of these days, Missy, we're gonna get you exactly what you needed and what you need, and we'll get you set up with it. So thank you. I appreciate the high praise. Uh, so moving into space weather, do you mind if we get into space weather now? I know we excellent. That's absolutely correct. Excellent. All right, so space weather, the sun's hidden influence on Earth and modern technology. So the opening idea is weather is usually associated with conditions on Earth such as storms, rain, and temperature changes. However, another type of weather exists beyond Earth's atmosphere, and that's space weather. Space weather describes changes in space caused by solar activity and the movement of energy and particles from the sun. So, some background information: the sun constantly releases energy through solar wind. Occasionally, the sun produces powerful events such as solar flares, coronal mass ejections, also known as CMEs, and solar radiation storms. The importance of the topic is that space weather affects satellites, GPS systems, radio communication, power grids, space exploration, and modern society depends heavily on technology that can be disrupted by solar activity. So the idea of this is that space weather is powerful. It's a powerful natural process driven by the sun that can create both beautiful phenomena such as auroras and serious challenges for technology, communication, and future human exploration of space. So we have to understand the sun's role as a source of space weather. It is a massive star made mostly of hydrogen and helium. Nuclear fusion inside the sun creates enormous amounts of energy. The energy travels through space and influences every planet. We have the solar wind that occurs. The sun continuously releases charged particles called solar wind. Solar wind travels throughout the solar system, and Earth's magnetic field protects the planet from most solar wind effects. The solar activity cycles that occur, the sun follows an approximately 11-year cycle of activity. During periods of high activity, more sunspots appear, solar storms become more frequent, and solar emissions increase. We have sunspots. Sunspots are cooler, darker areas of the sun's surface. They are caused by intense magnetic activity, and many major solar events begin near sunspot regions. The types of space weather events that we see are solar flares. These are sudden explosions of energy from the sun. They release radiation, X rays, and ultraviolet energy. Their effects are that they can interfere with radio communication. certainly satellites and high frequency signals. We have these coronal mass ejections, CMEs. These are enormous clouds of charged plasma that are launched from the sun. They contain magnetic fields and energy particles. The effects that they have on Earth when directed toward Earth, CMEs can cause geomagnetic storms. The effects may include satellite problems, power grid disturbances, and increased aurora activity. We have solar radiation storms. These occur when energetic particles from the sun accelerate toward Earth. They can expose astronauts and spacecraft to increased radiation. And their importance is that this is becoming more important for future missions outside, perhaps, if it's possible, the Van Allen radiation belts that generally protect Earth from much of this radiation. Now, we do have some protection against space weather. There's the magnetic field. Earth produces a magnetic field around the planet. The magnetic field creates the magnetosphere. The magnetosphere blocks many harmful solar particles. There's Earth's atmosphere. And I should say the Van Allen radiation belt is generally connected to the magnetosphere in general. There's an inner Van Allen radiation belt and an outer Van Allen radiation belt, and this is really the blanket that protects the Earth from much of these solar particles. There's the Earth's atmosphere. The atmosphere absorbs much of the sun's harmful radiation. It provides additional protection for life. When the protection is overwhelmed, we have strong solar storms that disturb the magnetosphere. This creates geomagnetic storms, and the charged particles interact with Earth's atmosphere and produce auroras. So, the auroras that we see, the northern lights, aurora borealis, and the southern lights, aurora australis. These are created when solar particles excite gases in the atmosphere, and they usually occur near polar regions, but they can spread farther during strong storms. So, the further south that you see them in the northern hemisphere, generally you are where the Earth is experiencing a stronger storm, and the further north that you see them in the southern hemisphere gives credence to the Earth experiencing a stronger storm. The effects of space weather on modern technology. We have satellites, of course, that support communication, weather forecasting, scientific research, and navigation. And there are problems that are caused by space weather. Radiation can damage the electronics, solar storms can shorten satellite lifespans, and increased atmospheric drag can affect satellite orbits. GPS and navigation systems. GPS depends on signals from satellites. These signals travel through Earth's ionosphere, and solar storms disturb the ionosphere, which means GPS accuracy can decrease, and this affects many different industries, including aviation, agriculture, shipping, surveying, and others. It certainly affects radio communication. Solar flares can interrupt high frequency radio signals. Communication problems may affect aircraft, ships, emergency services, certainly can affect electrical power systems. Geomagnetic currents, strong solar storms can create electrical currents in power lines. These currents may damage transformers. An example, in 1989, there was a Quebec power outage, and it showed that solar storms can affect large electrical systems. Historical space weather events. There was the Carrington event of 1859, one of the strongest recorded solar storms in history. This was observed by astronomer Richard Carrington. The effects were bright auroras appeared worldwide, telegraph systems experienced failures, and some equipment produced electrical shocks. Modern concerns. A similar event today could affect satellites, internet systems, electrical networks, and global communication. In 2003, there was the October 31st solar storm. This was a series of powerful solar events. Satellite disruptions occurred, communication systems were affected, and this demonstrated modern technology's vulnerability. Space weather and human space exploration. Space weather causes major risks to astronauts. Space lacks Earth's atmospheric protection. Solar radiation can damage human cells. Strong solar storms increase radiation exposure. Certainly for people in the International Space System, the International Space Station, uh, astronauts monitor solar activity there, and protective shielding reduces radiation risks. And of course, we have future missions If we're ever to go to the moon, perhaps longer stays would require better radiation protection, or go to Mars, perhaps. Mars missions, the travel time creates greater risks, and space weather forecasting will be essential. So we need technological development. Scientists they're currently researching and creating better spacecraft shielding, improved warning systems, and safer mission planning methods. Uh, we need The name certainly sounds familiar, but please enlighten us. Well, that now that you say that, yeah, and I think I remember on Coast to Coast that book being discussed and certainly advertised as one of George Norrie's, the books that he really enjoys. And you're abs- well, you're raising an interesting point. We need to be able to predict and monitor space weather. And currently, space weather is observed with satellites, solar telescopes, and space observatories. We certainly have organizations that study space weather, the National Weather and Space Agencies, research institutions, and international solar monitoring programs. But the challenge is that the sun is complex and unpredictable. So scientists Well, certainly that's one of the national weather agencies that does study this. Many of the challenges that we have are that the sun is complex and unpredictable, and scientists can detect warning signs, but cannot always predict exact storm strength. And the importance of forecasting arises to have accurate predictions that allow satellite operators to prepare, power companies to protect equipment, and astronauts to avoid dangerous exposure. So the idea of the future of space weather research comes to mind, that we have an increased dependence on technology. Society relies more on satellites, digital communication, electrical systems, and there's growing space activity. More spacecraft are being launched. Commercial space travel is expanding. Space weather planning will become more important, which gives scientific importance. Studying space weather helps scientists understand the sun, learn about other stars, and understand planetary environments. So, as technology and space continue to expand, understanding space weather will become increasingly important. The sun is not only the source of Earth's light and energy, but it's also a powerful force capable of shaping the future of human civilization. Preparing for space weather allows humanity to protect technology, explore space safely, and better understand our connection to the universe. And before we get into CRISPR, do you have anything that you'd like to add to space weather? I'm familiar with the movie. I'm familiar with the video game. I believe in the movie is Dwayne the Rock Johnson in it. Yeah, I haven't had an opportunity to see it, but it's certainly something that is interesting. For those who are unaware, what we're talking about with CRISPR is gene editing. So CRISPR stands for regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats. I'm going to say that again. Clustered, regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats. What is this? We're talking about gene editing. It is a naturally occurring immune system found in bacteria and archaea. It allows organisms to remember viruses and defend against them in future attacks. CRISPR as a gene editing technology, it's been adapted into a powerful genetic engineering tool. It works like molecular scissors to cut DNA at precise locations. The most widely used system is the CRISPR Cas9 system, CRISPR Cas9 system. Why CRISPR matters? It's a faster, cheaper, and more accurate than previous editing tools. These include zinc finger nucleases and talons. It has the potential to transform medicine, agriculture, and biology. Its key historical breakthrough, it was developed as a gene editing tool through work by scientists including Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Charpentier, and they were awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for this type of technology in 2020. The natural origins of CRISPR, bacterial immune system. Bacteria are constantly attacked by viruses, and CRISPR acts as a genetic memory system. How it works in nature: when a virus infects a bacterium captures small pieces of viral DNA. It stores them in CRISPR sequences. If the virus returns, bacteria produce RNA guides. Cas proteins cut viral DNA and destroy it. These Cas proteins, they're CRISPR associated proteins, they're enzymes. Cas9 is the most famous. It cuts DNA like scissors. The evolutionary advantage is it provides adaptive immunity without a nervous system or antibodies. This is found in many microbial species. How CRISPR Cas9 gene editing works: the core components, you have guide RNA, also known as gRNA, the Cas9 enzyme, and the target DNA sequence. The step by step process: scientists design a guide RNA matching a target gene. The guide RNA binds to the Cas9 protein. Complex enters the cell. The complex enters the cell. The guide RNA locates matching DNA sequence. Cas9 cuts both the DNA strands at their location. Cell repairs the DNA. There's non there's NHEJ, non-homologous, and joining. This is a gene disruption. And then there's homology directed repair, HDR, which is gene correction or insertion. There is precision and limitations. It's highly targeted but not perfect, and there is a risk of off-target edits in unintended DNA cuts. Why it's revolutionary: it can directly modify genes inside living organisms. This enables editing of embryos, plants, animals, and humans. There are applications in medicine, genetic disease treatment, potential cures for sickle cell anemia, cystic fibrosis, Huntington's disease, editing defective genes in blood cells or stem cells. Perhaps cancer therapy to be able to modify immune cells, T cells, to attack tumors, improve CAR T cell therapies, CAR T cell therapies. There's infectious diseases, research into HIV gene editing strategies, and targeting viral DNA inside infected cells. There's regenerative medicine, tissue repair and organ regeneration research, editing stem cells for transplantation, and certainly limitations in medicine. Delivery into correct cells remains difficult, and ethical concerns about germline editing or heritable changes occurs as well. The application in agriculture, certainly for crop improvement, to be able to create disease resistant crops, drought and heat tolerance, and higher yield varieties. Nutritional enhancement, biofortified crops, for instance, vitamin enriched rice. Pest resistance, reduced pesticide use through genetic resistance. Livestock engineering, disease resistant animals, improved growth efficiency, and advantages over GMOs. CRISPR can make small, precise edits without inserting foreign DNA. It's often faster than traditional breeding. Certainly, there are ethical concerns and controversies, which the movie that you referenced earlier perhaps brought these up. Human embryo editing, the potential to eliminate inherited diseases. There's the risk of designer babies, which some people even say currently exist. There's germline versus somatic editing. Somatic changes only the treated individual. Germline changes past to future generations, which is highly controversial. The safety concerns are off target mutations, unknown long term effects, global regulation differences. Some countries allow limited research, others ban human embryo editing entirely. There's a famous controversy in 2018. Edited human embryos were reported in China, sparking global debate. Certainly, social inequality risks, the potential for genetic enhancement to widen inequality gaps. Uh, ac- Access may be limited to wealthy populations. The future of CRISPR technology, the next generation CRISPR tools, base editing, single letter DNA changes without cutting both strands, prime editing, more precise search and replace system, expanding beyond DNA, RNA editing technologies, epigenetic modifications, turning genes on or off without changing the DNA, medical future, potential cure for most single gene disorders, and personalized gene therapies. Synthetic biology, designing entirely new biological systems, engineering microbes to produce medicines or fuels. The long term vision of this is programmable biology, treating diseases at the generic root level, treating diseases at the genetic root level rather than symptoms. So, to summarize all of this, CRISPR represents one of the most significant breakthroughs in modern biology. It transforms genetic science from observation to direct modification. The technology holds enormous promise for medicine, agriculture, and biotechnology. However, it raises some serious ethical, safety, and societal questions. The balance between innovation and regulation will determine its future. And CRISPR is not just a scientific tool, but a potential turning point in human control over biology. And with that being said, Missy, what do you think? Okay, I understand. All right. Ab- Absolutely. So we are celebrating the 250th anniversary birthday of the United States and the 79th anniversary of Roswell, all within the same week or so. So this is going to be a deep dive, much deeper than really any topic we've gone into, perhaps. So if you have the opportunity to really want to learn about Roswell, now's your chance. So we're going to go through the world before Roswell from 1945 to 1947. We're going to discuss the nuclear age, early UFO reports, certainly Cold War secrecy, and why New Mexico became strategically important. Then, of course, we're going to go into the July 1947 incident. We are going to go through a timeline day by day. We're going to introduce you all, if you're not familiar, with Mac Brazel and Jesse Marcel. the famous press release that was publicized, the weather balloon announcement, and the physical debris. We're going to get into the crash retrieval claims, the multiple alleged sites, the debris field reconstruction, engineering analysis, alleged military recovery operations, the logistics, transportation, security, the chain of custody, the bodies, which I think we all find to be really interesting. We're going to go through every major witness claim, the Barney Barnett story, Glenn Dennis, the mortician claims, the child sized bodies, the biological descriptions, any kind of contradictions that exist, and government responses, as well as alternative explanations. We're going to get into Project Mogul, declassified documents, balloon technology, radar reflectors, why secrecy mattered, arguments supporting Mogul, criticisms of the explanation. We're going to get into the witnesses, the military officers, the civilians, the deathbed confessions, the memory decades later, reliability analysis, and psychological considerations. We're going to get into the reverse engineering, which is really fascinating to me. The claims made by Philip J. Corso, the alleged technology transfers, fiber optics, integrated circuits, lasers, night vision, scientific evaluation of these claims. Government investigations, we're going to talk about United States Air Force reports, Government Accountability Office inquiries, missing records, FOIA releases, modern congressional interest, recent UAP investigations. We're going to review competing theories, the extraterrestrial craft, secret military aircraft, Soviet experiments, psychological operations, misidentification, the development of the folklore, perhaps hoaxes, and the historical assessment, what is well established, what remains disputed, standards of evidence, lessons about secrecy, intelligence operations, and why Roswell remains culturally influential. So, as we said, we're going to start with the world before Roswell. This is a an investigation examining the historical context surrounding the most famous alleged UFO crash in history. Nearly 80 years ago, after the summer of 1947, as we discussed, we're at the 79th anniversary of this, the word Roswell has become synonymous with mystery. For some, it represents humanity's first confirmed encounter with extraterrestrial intelligence. For others, it is an example of how rumors, secrecy, and imperfect memories can evolve into enduring mythology. Between these positions lies a complicated historical record involving military secrecy, witness testimony, classified technology, evolving government explanations, and decades of investigation. An investigative approach requires separating established historical facts, contemporaneous documentary evidence, and later witness recollections, government explanations, speculative claims, and unsupported conclusions. The first part that we're going to discuss focuses on the world into which the Roswell incident emerged. Understanding that world is essential because Roswell did not occur in isolation. It happened during one of the most secret periods in American history. So we have the end of World War II. In August of 1945, World War II ended after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The United States suddenly possessed nuclear weapons, the world's largest military, enormous intelligence organization, secret research laboratories, advanced aviation programs, and more. Millions of Americans returned home expecting peace. Instead, another conflict was already beginning, and this is the Cold War. Relations between the United States and Soviet Union deteriorated almost immediately. Military planners feared surprise attacks, long range bombers, espionage, stolen nuclear secrets. The entire military programs became classified. The American Southwest became one of the most secretive regions on Earth. A question arises: why New Mexico? New Mexico possessed several advantages: large deserts, sparse population, excellent flying weather, restricted military areas. Nearby were facilities including Roswell Army Airfield, White Sands Proving Ground, Los Alamos Laboratory, and Alamogordo Army Airfield. These installations supported nuclear weapons development, missile testing, radar research, high altitude experiments. No civilian knew exactly what occurred there. So we have Roswell Army Airfield. Among these installations, Roswell Army Airfield was unusually important. It housed the 509th Bomb Group. This was not an ordinary bomber unit. It had flown the missions that dropped the first atomic bombs. Because of this mission, personnel received high security clearances, intelligence officers handled classified material, and unusual recoveries were routine. If unknown military hardware landed nearby, investigators expected the 500 Ninth to respond. America began looking toward the sky. During 1946, newspapers increasingly covered strange aerial phenomena. Many reports involved meteors, experimental aircraft, weather balloons, astronomical objects. Most were eventually explained, but some were not. We have Operation Paperclip. This is one of the often overlooked elements of Roswell's historical background. After Germany surrendered, the United States recruited hundreds of German scientists and engineers. These specialists had worked on rockets, guided missiles, aerodynamics, advanced propulsion. Some arrived with highly classified knowledge. Their projects expanded rapidly in New Mexico and elsewhere. To the average citizen, unusual aircraft sightings increased as testing accelerated. And one of the names that is routinely brought up with this program is Werner von Braun, uh, one of the forefathers of certainly the German rocket program, but also the United States rocket program. As we continue, rockets enter the space age. The captured German V 2 rockets were launched from White Sands. These launches reached unprecedented altitudes. The equipment included cameras, telemetry, biological experiments, atmospheric sensors. Many launches occurred under secrecy. Residents occasionally witnessed unfamiliar lights or debris falling from the sky. Then we have the radar revolution. Radar technology advanced dramatically during the war. New radar systems required unusual targets for calibration. Researchers experimented with metallic reflectors, balloons, suspended arrays, unusual materials, and many looked unfamiliar to civilians. We have balloon research that's occurring at this time. Before satellites, balloons represented the only practical method of studying the upper atmosphere. Projects investigated were cosmic rays, weather, nuclear detection, atmospheric pressure. Some balloons reached extraordinary altitudes. Recovery teams frequently searched remote deserts. We have the secret nuclear detection. One of America's greatest fears was a secret Soviet atomic explosion. Scientists sought methods to detect nuclear tests anywhere on Earth. This effort eventually produced highly classified balloon projects carrying sensitive acoustic instruments. The best known of these was later identified as Project Mogul, a top secret program intended to detect low frequency sound waves from distant nuclear detonations. Because the project was classified, its equipment and purpose were concealed even from many military personnel. On June 24th, 1947, the flying saucer era begins. This date includes private pilot Kenneth Arnold, who was born in Minnesota but was reported seeing 9 unusual objects near Mount Rainier in Washington state. He described their motion as resembling a saucer skipping across the water. Although he did not say they were saucer shaped, newspapers popularized the phrase flying saucers. The story spread nationwide. Within days, reports multiplied. Then we had a flying saucer wave. During the following weeks, newspapers published hundreds of reports. Witnesses included airline pilots, military personnel, police officers, civilians. Most of the sightings were brief. Descriptions varied considerably as to whether they were discs or crescents, spheres, cigars, lights. There was no single consistent object, but it certainly raised public excitement. The American public became fascinated. Questions included: could another nation possess revolutionary aircraft? Were these secret American weapons? Were people misidentifying ordinary objects? Or was something entirely unknown occurring? The military collected reports but had no definitive public explanation. There were intelligence concerns. Military intelligence officers worried about several possibilities: Soviet psychological warfare, secret aircraft testing, public panic, misidentification, overwhelming reporting channels, and genuine unidentified aerial objects requiring investigation. Not every report was dismissed, many were carefully cataloged. And we get to July 1947, 79 years ago, New Mexico. Against the backdrop, rancher William Mack Brazel discovered scattered debris on a remote sheep ranch northwest of Roswell after a storm. Contemporary accounts indicate the debris field consisted of lightweight materials spread over a broad area. What those materials actually were, and whether they came from an ordinary military device, a classified balloon train, or something else, became the central question that would define the Roswell story for decades. And I was watching a documentary on this last night, and I had heard an interview with a witness who said that during that storm, there was one thunderclap that was louder than all of the others that still stuck out in the witness's mind. And I always thought that was interesting that because a question that I'm sure we all have is if these craft can travel light years and be able to avoid all of the dangers and challenges that exist, how is it that they get within a mile or so of Earth and then they crash? Are these donations? Were these shot down? Did we have some type of radar that affected them, or was it a natural occurrence that occurred? We don't have the answer to that, but we're certainly going to go ahead. Okay, okay. Well, I mean, from a scientific perspective, the a light year is just the distance that light travels over the course of a year. And that's another way that they could be doing it. So there are definitely portals that may be involved, wormholes that may be involved, bending space time. So what you're saying is consistent with much of what has been disclosed by whistleblowers as well. That they aren't sitting there and waiting 5 years to get to Earth. That they're able to manipulate physics to be able to, within an instantaneous amount of time, travel from one place to another, and I don't deny that. That's definitely a possibility. I understand what you're saying. Well, we've got to do a little bit of a dive on that. So, did it feel metallic? Okay. Could you bend? Okay. So it looked smooth, but it felt rough. Okay. Okay. Yes. Very interesting. How big was the piece that you felt? Okay. Okay. Small. Um, and was it heavy? Could you bend it? Oh, okay. Okay. And now, did it feel like okay? And was it like from a weight perspective? Was it like aluminum? Was it like lead? Was it like aluminum? Is that what you? Okay, excellent. Wow, that's fascinating. Amazing. Wow. So you may have had your own connection to some type of advanced craft, and that's fascinating. Did you? You said that maybe there's a placebo effect in that, and I absolutely understand that feeling. Did you feel that? Yes. Excellent. And was it sharp, the piece that you had? Absolutely. And very interesting. Would you have any idea of where Joshua P. Warren was? It from a crash retrieval, or did somebody give it to him? Do you know the origin? Okay. Oh, interesting. It, w- sure, absolutely. I'm familiar with that. Yeah. Oh, okay. So very close to Area 51 then. Was this metal unlike any other metal you've ever experienced? Okay. Okay. Very interesting. Um, um, unless we had, okay, so we can try. Um, all right, so this is around 2009. Joshua P. Warren and there was another person who had crashed UFO debris allegedly. Okay, and well, if you heard the name, would you know it? Okay, we'll see what we can maybe find there. Most certainly. Um, yeah, uh, we may have to do some more research on this one. Right. Um, familiar with much of what you're saying. Okay, so um, maybe if the chat can find out who that person is, that'd be great if we had a little more information on them. But back to our story, if you don't mind, is that okay? Excellent. So what we know is that in early July, But speculation is always important, especially in science. So we definitely appreciate it. So by early July 1947, America was entering the Cold War. Nuclear secrecy was at an unprecedented level. Classified aerospace research was expanding rapidly. Public interest in flying saucers had surged only weeks earlier. New Mexico was home to some of the nation's most secret military installations. A rancher had found unusual debris in a remote pasture, setting in motion events that would become one of the most debated mysteries of the 20th century. So uh, now we have the ranch discovery, which happens in early July 1947. Our story continues with this remote sheep ranch northwest of Roswell in New Mexico. Many people say that it's near Corona, New Mexico. For anyone who wants an exact location or closer to it, Roswell is further away. It's not did not happen in Roswell. This property, this remote sheep ranch, was owned by a family operating under arid, sparsely populated conditions typical of southeastern New Mexico ranch land. The foreman, his name is William Mac Brazel. He was originally from Texas, but moved to New Mexico, and he reportedly discovered unusual debris scattered across his property after a storm. The key reported characteristics of the debris and later interviews and military summaries. It was a lightweight metallic foil-like material, very similar to what you just mentioned, Missy. There were also wooden or fibrous rods, rubber-like fragments, reflective tape-like strips scattered across a wide area. There was no crater or visible impact site. Importantly, no contemporaneous evidence confirms exotic material properties, only descriptions from witnesses and military summaries. Brazel's initial reaction, he reportedly gathered some of the debris, stored it in a shed or barn area. He delayed reporting it for days or weeks, and later brought it to local authorities. The delay is often interpreted in two competing ways. Interpretation A, which is a mundane explanation, he did not initially recognize it as important. Or interpretation B, which involves more mystery, he may have been cautious due to the unusual appearance or possible secrecy concerns. The historical record supports only that he delayed reporting; his motive remains uncertain. He contacted local authorities. Eventually, Brazel contacted local law enforcement and then military personnel at Roswell Army Airfield. The base was home to the elite 509th Bomb Group, the same unit responsible for nuclear operations during World War II. Because of this, the personnel was treated this unusual recovered material seriously. The military response, Major Jesse Marcel became central to the incident. Jesse Marcel served as an intelligence officer at Roswell Army Airfield. He was assigned to examine the debris. His reported impressions were that it was unfamiliar construction materials. It was extremely lightweight. It had unusual strength and resilience, which he claimed later, and he had an inability to identify the origin. He collected the materials and transported them to the base. The press release, the flying disc recovered. On July 8, 1947, the Roswell Army Airfield Public Information Office issued a statement. A flying disc had been recovered. The statement was released to the press. The immediate consequences were a national media attention erupted. Headlines across the United States spread rapidly. Roswell became the center of global curiosity. For a brief period, official military language appeared to confirm the recovery of a non terrestrial object. Then there's this rapid reversal that occurs, the weather balloon explanation. Within roughly 24 hours, the narrative changed. Military officials stated the recovered object was a weather balloon. Debris had been misidentified. The earlier press release was an error. Photographs were taken at Roger Ramey's office in Fort Worth, Texas. These images show debris being displayed alongside a weather balloon explanation. The Ramsey office photographs, or pardon me, the Ramey office photographs. The Ramey photographs became one of the most analyzed pieces of evidence. They show a balloon-like material, radar reflectors, crumpled debris, military personnel presenting materials. The competing interpretations, the official interpretation, the debris is consistent with a weather balloon system. Alternative interpretation, the photographs may show substituted or staged debris different from the original Roswell field materials. No definitive forensic resolution exists from the photographs alone. What was actually recovered? We have competing evidence sets. At this stage, three categories of evidence emerge: the contemporary 1947 documentation, a press release, the flying disc statement, retraction, the weather balloon explanation, newspaper reports, military internal memos, limited surviving material. The witness testimony, later decades, Jesse Marcel Jr. claims of unusual metallic properties, ranch witnesses recalled scattered debris, military personnel described secrecy and unusual handling. The government retrospective explanations, the U.S. Air Force reports from 1994 and 1997 concluded a balloon was classified experiment origin. We have Project Mogul, which emerges to give some background context. Later investigations tied the incident to a classified program, Project Mogul. Purpose was to detect Soviet nuclear tests, use high altitude balloon trains, carry sensitive acoustic sensors, and to continue to remain highly classified. Because personnel in 1947 were aware of Mogul, misidentification is considered a key explanatory factor by official investigations. Why was confusion potentially plausible in 1947? Several factors made misinterpretation likely. Secrecy, many balloon experiments were classified. Material unfamiliarity, late 1940s material science was limited compared to modern standards. Multi component debris, balloon trains could scatter over large areas. Communication breakdown. Base public relations officers may not have had full technical briefings. The speed of the narrative shift, the rapid change from flying disc recovered to weather balloon, is one of the most central mysteries in the incident, not necessarily because it proves an extraordinary object, but because it suggests internal confusion, inconsistent communication, or premature public statements. Historically, military organizations often corrected press errors quickly, especially during sensitive periods. The first layer of myth formation. Within days, Roswell began transforming an initial report of a disk to the correction of a balloon to public skepticism and then rumor amplification. The cycle is crucial. Even if the underlying object was mundane, the communication pattern itself created long term ambiguity. So, what is confirmed at this stage? The strict historical analysis. Debris was recovered from a ranch, military personnel examined it. A press release initially described as a flying disc. The statement was quickly retracted. A balloon explanation was issued. Photographs were taken in military custody. What isn't confirmed by contemporary evidence is extraterrestrial craft, non human bodies at the crash site, and advanced propulsion technology. Claims about bodies and retrieval operations appear later in the historical timeline and will be adjusted. I'll talk about them in a little bit. Why Roswell did not end in 1947. Most military incidents disappear from public memory after clarification. Roswell did not because the initial press release was dramatic, contradiction occurred quickly, Cold War secrecy created suspicion, UFO folklore was already emerging, and later witnesses expanded the story decades afterward. The next part that we'll talk about is the crash retrieval claims and expanding narratives. So we went from debris field to crash sites. The earliest 1947 record describes a single debris field on ranch land northwest of Roswell, New Mexico. There is no contemporaneous documentation of multiple crash locations, no military record from 1947 confirming additional retrieval zones, no engineering report indicating separate impact sites. However, beginning in the late 1970s to the 1990s, accounts begin to shift. Multiple crash site narratives appear. The expansion of the story over time. The Roswell narrative did not remain static, it evolved through stages. Stage 1 in 1947, the debris was recovered, weather balloon explanation issued. Stage 2, 1950s to 1960s, minimal public attention, UFO lore expands independently. Stage 3, 1970s to 1980s, first inside military claims appear. Stage 4, 1990s to present, full crash plus bodies plus retrieval operation narratives emerge. The key investigative question is: are the expanded crash claims independent evidence or reinterpretations of earlier ambiguous memories? The multiple site hypothesis. Some later accounts describe a primary crash site, a debris field, a second impact site with larger wreckage, A third location involving biological entities. These claims typically include rapid military cordon operations, aerial reconnaissance, nighttime recovery missions, specialized containment procedures. The critical issue: none of these elements appear in 1947 documentation. They emerge decades later in retrospective testimony. The logistics of a hypothetical retrieval operation. To evaluate crash retrieval claims, investigators model operational feasibility. If a non terrestrial craft had crashed, a retrieval would require rapid secure perimeter establishment, military cordons, communication blackout, restricted airspace enforcement, transport infrastructure, heavy lift vehicles, aircraft capable of hauling debris or bodies, secure staging areas, chain of custody protocols, documentation, classified handling, compartmentalization teams, medical and biological containment. If bodies exist, biohazard procedures, autopsy facilities, quarantine protocols. If In 1947, the United States military did have some of these capabilities, but not in a standardized extraterrestrial recovery doctrine. The claims of special retrieval teams. Later narratives describe unnamed elite units assigned to crash recovery. These claims often include unmarked personnel, sealed convoy transport, airlift extraction, immediate classification at the highest levels. However, no 1947 personnel rosters confirm such teams. No procurement records indicate specialized recovery units for unknown craft. No logistical orders have been declassified supporting such deployments. Thus, these accounts rest entirely on later testimony. The problem of memory drift, which does occur, a key investigative issue is time gap distortion. Most retrieval stories originate 30 to 50 years after the event. During that period, memory reconstruction occurs, cultural UFO narratives expand, interviews reinforce each other, media exposure shapes recollection. This does not mean witnesses are intentionally misleading, but it introduces reliability challenges. The chain of custody analysis. In forensic investigation, chain of custody refers to who collected evidence, how it was transported, where it was stored, who had access. For Roswell, the confirmed chain is that there was a ranch discovery, local law enforcement, then Roswell Army Airfield, then the Fort Worth Air Command review. The proposed expanded chain later claims state that there was secret air transport to multiple bases, scientific reverse engineering facilities, and long term classified storage programs. A critical issue arises: the expanded chain is not supported by contemporaneous documentation. The transportation claims. Some narratives describe debris was flown under guard to distant facilities, covert airlift operations occurred, and nighttime relocation of materials. To assess the plausibility, the known 1947 capability, the C-54 Skymaster transport aircraft uh, had some capabilities, secure military airfields were available, and classified cargo handling was possible. The missing evidence is flight logs indicating unusual classified cargo labeled unidentified craft, documentation of crash derived material shipments. No such records have been released. The role of the strategic command culture. The 1940s and the late 1940s U.S. military structure emphasized secrecy, compartmentalization, rapid technological development, and nuclear deterrence. This environment makes it plausible that unusual materials could be rapidly classified. Information could be restricted from lower personnel. However, it does not automatically imply exotic origin, only restricted access. We have emergence of recovery narratives. The idea of a structured crash retrieval program largely emerges from oral histories, UFO conferences, and books and interviews decades later. The key pattern is that as UFO belief systems expanded, Roswell was retrofitted into an origin event. This is a common phenomenon in historical myth formation. A later framework recognizes earlier ambiguous events. We have competing explanatory models. Model A is the balloon debris is misinterpreted. It aligns with the 1994 U.S. Air Force report, consistent with known classified balloon projects, and explains light materials and scattering. There's Model B. The experimental aircraft recovery suggests secret U.S. technology testing, partially plausible given Cold War secrecy, and lacks supporting documentation for 1947 Roswell specificity. Pardon me, 1947 Roswell specifically. Model C is the extraterrestrial crash retrieval. It explains later witness claims of secrecy and bodies, lacks contemporaneous evidence, and depends heavily on retrospective testimony. Why the bodies enter the narrative later. Although full analysis we'll go into in a little bit, the 1947 reports focus on the debris. No press or military statement mentions biological entities, and body stories emerge decades later. The temporal gap is one of the strongest analytical dividing lines in the Roswell dataset. We have a psychological layer. Human cognition plays a role in narrative formation. Memory reconstruction fills gaps. Ambiguous events become structured stories. Cultural expectations shape recall. Repeated storytelling increases confidence without increasing accuracy. This is especially relevant in high interest cases like Roswell. What can be stated with high confidence? From a strict evidentiary standpoint, what's well supported is that a debris field existed, military recovery occurred, materials were transported to Roswell Army Airfield, explanation shifted rapidly to a balloon system. No confirmed multi site crash documentation exists from 1947. What isn't supported by early records, at least, was a structured crash retrieval team, multiple crash site, uh, multiple crash sites, biological recovery operations, or advanced propulsion recovery programs. As we get even deeper, we're going to get into the bodies, witness claims, the origins, and contradictions. So the key turning point in the Roswell lore uh, from July 1947, the earliest Roswell records from July 1947. They describe only debris recovery, military examination of materials, press announcements, and retraction. There is no mention of biological entities in press releases, military memos, newspaper accounts, official statements from that time. The idea of bodies appears later and becomes central only decades afterward. This creates a major investigative divide. The 1947 evidence is debris incident, later narratives are crash with occupants. We have the Barnett claim, which is a retrospective story. One of the earliest body related narratives comes from claims attributed to Grady Barnett. Their claim was, and this was reported decades later, they alleged that allegedly they encountered a second crash site. They described a circular craft. They reportedly saw small humanoid bodies nearby. Military personnel allegedly arrived and secured the area. The critical issues: there's no contemporaneous 1947 documentation that supports this. The story surfaces later in UFO literature, and details vary between retellings. The investigative conclusion: Barnett's account is influential in UFO culture, but perhaps lacks early evidentiary support. Then there's the Mortician account. Another major narrative involves funeral home director Glenn Dennis. His claims include he received unusual calls from Roswell Army Airfield, inquiries about child sites coffins or preservation methods, alleged transfer of unidentified bodies to base medical facilities, and encountering distressed military personnel. The supporting details often cited, he mentions the mention of military presence at his workplace and the recollection of a nurse warning him to stay silent. Critical analysis: no military records confirm medical transfer requests, no 1947 documentation references bodies at Roswell hospitals, and accounts were first publicized decades later in UFO conferences. The key issue is the narrative relies heavily on memory reconstruction after long time gaps. I watched a documentary, as I said last night on this, though, and they had an interview with him, and it was fascinating for him to recount how the government was asking him about preservation methods, but didn't want to go into anything very specific. And then also the recollection of a nurse warning him to stay silent. Allegedly, this nurse was moved from New Mexico to or Texas, the Southwest, to London, England, and then her plane allegedly went down. That's the rumor that he was told, along with some other people. The only way that he found this out was he was sending her letters, and one of the letters was returned to sender that um, the addressee was deceased. And so I've always found that to be quite interesting as well. We have the Marcel family interpretations. Jesse Marcel was central to the debris recovery. Later, his son Jesse Marcel Jr. contributed to the evolving narrative. His claims were Marcel Jr.'s claims were he saw debris described as unusual and highly engineered, later interpreted materials as possibly non terrestrial, suggested memory of exotic characteristics in recovered debris. Important distinction, Marcel Sr. was the debris handling officer. Marcel Jr., he's the one whose testimony that we have. And there was retrospective interpretation, not direct 1947 crash site witness. Other things that were interesting in some of these interviews of people who were either witnesses, firsthand witnesses, or perhaps witnesses around that time is like some things that were interesting. Randomly, someone would show up with a brand new truck, so they might have been paid off. There was an account of someone who had a bank account from. They were originally from England, but they had a bank account in Roswell that supposedly had a lot of money in it. At the time, the figure that was going around of how much some witnesses were paid off was $10,000, which in 1947 was a very large amount of money. Whether any of this is true, these were just this is I'm just the reporter. I'm just telling you I've been able to witness from. Do you mean what was interpreted on the the crashed um, debris? Yeah. So as it's been described, I believe Mac Brazel said it resembled Egyptian hieroglyphs. To the best of his knowledge, I've also heard other people who have had some type of uh, petroglyphs, most certainly. Um, Whether that is true or just look like that, that's to be determined. I've heard that it has looked like Korean to some extent from other eyewitness testimonies of people who have had these types of encounters. I don't know. I would love to obviously see it for myself, and I'm sure everybody else would as well. Okay. Oh, I love that. That'd be wonderful. Okay. Um, this happened recently. Okay. All right. Well, um, yeah. So, yeah, it seems like it can be somewhat dangerous. Um, as uh, I'm, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's perhaps something we can just do some quick research on. Empire State Building climbers and get some more information on this. As you all know, I've been in here with you all, so I haven't had a chance to necessarily get too much on this. But it does seem like um, this two people were seen atop this Empire State Building with a banner, and this is from the BBC an hour ago. And they two people climbed atop New York's Empire State Building on Wednesday and unfurled a large banner appearing to say, "When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace. When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace." After standing at the top of the very famous building, of the famous building spire together, they climbed down to a small platform where one appeared to get down on one knee and propose marriage to the other. They then kissed before continuing to descend. They were atop the 1,454 foot, 443 meter building for at least 10 minutes. The New York Police Department told the BBC that two individuals have been taken into custody. Well, that is quite an interesting proposal. And generally, I'm for anything peace related. I don't want people to get hurt. I don't want people to be put in danger. But quite interesting. I appreciate that information. All right. And do you have anything more to that, Missy? Um, Can you hear me, Missy? Are you muted, Missy? Or Missy, looks like you're muted. I could be wrong on my end, but do you? There you go. You're okay. You're okay. That's a tough one. No, one World Trade is the tallest building, but it's certainly that's right. But it is certainly perhaps the most iconic. It's absolutely iconic, most certainly. All right. Well, thank you to the yeah, most certainly. Well, thank you to the audience for that information. So we had some breaking news that we were able to disclose here. If you don't mind, Missy, do you mind if I continue? Excellent. So we do have absence of bodies in the early military records. A critical investigative point in 1947, the communications include a press release describing disk retraction, describing a weather balloon, internal logistics of debris transport. What's missing entirely are casualty reports, medical emergency responses, morgue or autopsy documentation, quarantine procedures, chain of custody, biological handling. If biological entities were recovered in a military context, even under secrecy, some indirect administrative traces would normally be expected. None have been verified. Why bodies entered the story later. The emergence of body narratives correlates with the growth of UFO culture in the 1970s through the 1990s, the publication of popular UFO books, television documentaries, and conferences and interviews. A key pattern is as Roswell became central to UFO mythology, the narrative complexity increased. This includes crash sites expanding, craft descriptions becoming more detailed, and the introduction of occupants. Now, I do know as well the witnesses who I saw uh, uh, giving their documentation yesterday in the documentary that I watched, they were threatened. So there's a good reason that they might not have wanted to disclose this. In fact, one of them uh, uh, stated to their spouse, um, basically, the story was that they had lived in the Southwest, then eventually moved to San Diego, and this was decades after 1947, and they saw on one of the tabloid magazines that said crash saucer disclosed in 1947 crash or whatever, and they felt comfortable at that point stating that hey, if this is in the newspaper, even if it's in the uh, the tabloid magazines, then maybe there might be something to this, and they were able to disclose that to their spouse. Uh, they had kept that a secret from their spouse for many years. Other people had deathbed confessions that we'll get into a little bit, but generally these people were threatened that bad things would happen to them and their family if they disclosed any of this information. Now, the descriptions of the alleged biological entities across accounts, common descriptions include small stature, humanoid forms, large heads relative to body size, thin limbs, grayish or pale skin tones, and lack of visible clothing. However, these descriptions do vary significantly between witnesses. We have no photographs or physical evidence that exists in the public record, and accounts are not consistent across independent sources. There are some psychological and sociological factors. Several mechanisms can explain the development of body narratives. There's memory reconstruction, narrative convergence, cultural reinforcement, and certainly interview effect, where reported questioning can reshape recollections. We have the institutional secrecy versus the myth expansion. A key analytical tension exists. The known fact of the U.S. military in 1947 operating under extreme secrecy in nuclear and aerospace programs. And then there's an interpretive leap. Some later narratives assume secrecy, suppression of extraterrestrial evidence. However, secrecy alone does not indicate extraordinary material origin. It only indicates restricted information flow. There are alternative explanations for body reports. Some people have confused this, or alleged that this is confused with anthropomorphic test dummies or misinterpretation of wreckage. Perhaps it's fictionalization or media amplification effect. Um, I can say that from the witnesses that I've seen, they describe these beings as being small, child size, that they had four fingers, that the fingers on the tips had like suction cups. They were the standard gray aliens that you're thinking. Large bulbous head, thin body, with the four fingers on the hands. Some with Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, and that's absolutely right. So if you want to think of something, yeah, like the hands of a gecko, but with four fingers, long fingers, large eyes, small mouth, perhaps either no nose or small nose. No traditional ears that we would think of something extruding from the body. If anything, they were just maybe a hole or on each side of the head. That is generally what has been recounted from this. And really, again, this story of the beings doesn't come out for some amount of time afterward. That this was not referenced in the original crash. The next section we'll review is Project Mogul, the official explanation under a microscope. By the end of the 1990s, nearly 50 years after the Roswell incident, public interest had grown to the point that the United States Air Force undertook a formal historical review. Its 1994 report concluded that the debris recovered near Roswell was likely originated from Project Mogul, a then classified research program designed to detect distant Soviet nuclear explosions. For many researchers, the explanation resolved the mystery. For others, it raised additional questions. So we're going to go through just briefly what Project Mogul, why it was created. After World War II, the United States had a pressing strategic concern. How could it detect the Soviet Union secretly? Uh, how could the United States detect if the Soviet Union secretly tested an atomic bomb? In 1947, there were no reconnaissance satellites, no global seismic monitoring network, and no worldwide electronic surveillance. Scientists therefore explored an unconventional approach. Instead of looking down from space, they would listen through the atmosphere. So we have the science of infrasound. Large explosions generate infrasound, low frequency sound waves below the range of normal human hearing. These waves can travel enormous distances through the upper atmosphere. Researchers believe that an atomic explosion in Asia might produce detectable atmospheric waves that could reach North America. This concept became the foundation of Project Mogul. The team behind the project, it was developed by scientists and military personnel working on advanced atmospheric acoustics and balloon engineering. The program combined expertise in meteorology, acoustics, balloon construction, electronics, radar tracking. Although the project's purpose remained secret, many of its scientific principles were sound and later contributed to global nuclear monitoring technologies. What a Mogul balloon train looked like. A Project Mogul launch was not a single weather balloon. Instead, it consisted of a long balloon train including multiple neoprene balloons, radar reflectors, suspension cables, instrument packages, acoustic sensors, batteries, radio transmitters. When fully assembled, the train could stretch hundreds of feet in length. If it broke apart, debris could scatter across a large area, consistent with reports of a wide debris field. The radar reflectors, one of the most recognizable components, was a Rawan radar reflector. These devices consisted of lightweight wooden sticks, metallic foil or foil backed paper, adhesive tape, geometric reflective panels. Witnesses later described thin wooden strips, shiny foil, unusual tape. These descriptions broadly resemble the construction of radar reflectors used at the time. However, some witnesses later insisted the recovered material behaved differently than ordinary foil. The memory metal claims. Some later witnesses described debris that allegedly returned to its original shape after being bent, resisted cutting, could not be burned, was extremely light. If accurate, these properties would not match known Mogul materials. However, several considerations are important. These descriptions were recorded decades after the event. No authenticated sample has ever been produced. No laboratory analysis has verified such material. Thus, the claims remain unverified. There is decorative tape controversy. A recurring point in the Roswell discussions involves a tape used on some radar reflectors. According to some accounts, the tape bore colorful symbols resembling flowers, geometric designs, or hieroglyphics. Later retellings transformed these into claims of alien writing. Historical records indicate that a toy manufacturer supplied decorative tape with printed patterns for some reflector assemblies. Witnesses unfamiliar with the material may have remembered the designs as unusual. The mundane explanation is plausible, though not universally accepted. We have flight number 4. One of the most debated issues is whether a specific Mogul launch, often referred to as Flight number 4, actually took place and could have produced the debris found by Brazel. Researchers disagree on whether the flight was launched, how far it traveled, whether records are complete, whether it reached the Roswell area. The incomplete documentation was has fueled continued debate. Why the military did not reveal Mogul? Critics often ask if it was just a balloon, why not simply say so? The answer lies in classification. Revealing the true purpose of Project Mogul would have informed the Soviet Union that the United States was developing long-range nuclear detection technology. Therefore, even a seemingly simple balloon could not have been explained in 1947. This helps explain why military officials might have preferred the generic weather balloon description. Some of the strengths of the Mogul explanation. It explains several key features such as lightweight debris, metallic foil, wooden rods, rubber balloon fragments, scattered debris field, rapid military interest, and subsequent secrecy. It also aligns with the historical context of Cold War intelligence operations. However, there are weaknesses and certainly criticisms. The witness descriptions are a major objection that's raised. Some insist that debris had extraordinary physical properties inconsistent with balloon materials. The military behavior, the initial flying disc press release seems unusual if personnel immediately recognize balloon debris. The missing records, not all Mogul documentation has survived, leaving uncertainties about specific launches. Changing testimony, some participants later claimed the displayed balloon debris in Fort Worth differed from what they recovered. These points do not prove an extraterrestrial explanation, but they are part of a historical debate. The 1994 Air Force report concluded that no aircraft or there was no evidence supported of recovery of alien spacecraft. Debris most likely originated from Project Mogul. Secrecy surrounding Mogul contributed to confusion, and later stories expanded beyond the documented facts. In 1997, there was a follow up report. In response to continuing claims about the bodies, the Air Force issued another report in 1997. It proposed that some accounts may have conflated the Roswell incident with later military activities, including anthropomorphic crash test dummies, aircraft accident recoveries, and other classified operations in the Southwest. One criticism of the explanation is chronological. The famous dummy tests occurred in the 1950s, not 1947. The Air Force argued that memories from different periods may have merged over time. From an investigative standpoint, Project Mogul is the strongest documented conventional explanation currently available. It accounts for many features of debris and secrecy surrounding the recovery. However, some aspects of the Roswell story remain disputed because the documentation is incomplete, witness testimony is inconsistent, and not every detail can be reconstructed with certainty. The uncertainty has allowed alternative theories to persist. The next part we're going to discuss is directly with the witnesses, their testimony, their memory, and their credibility. The Roswell incident is unusual because its importance today rests far more on witness testimony than on surviving physical evidence. The debris was taken into military custody in 1947 and is no longer available for independent examination. As a result, historians must weigh contemporary documents, later interviews, consistency across accounts, and the well established strengths and limitations of human memory. The goal is not to decide whether every witness was right or wrong, but to understand what each person claimed when they made those claims and how those claims fit into the broader historical record. So the first person we're going to go into is Mac Brazel, William Mac Brazel. He's the first civilian witness. A little bit of his background. He was born in 1899 in Texas and he died in June of 1963 in New Mexico. He was the ranch foreman who discovered the debris. What he said in 1947, according to newspaper interviews, Brazel described finding rubber fragments, foil like material, sticks, paper like material, scattered debris over a wide area. He stated he had found weather balloon debris before, but thought this material looked unusual enough to report. Later controversy, some researchers argue Brazel appeared reluctant in subsequent interviews and may have been pressured by military authorities. Others note there is no documentary evidence proving he was threatened. An assessment is that his testimony is important because it is among the closest in time to the event. However, his public statements are limited, and later interpretations often go beyond what he actually said in 1947. The next person we'll go into is Jesse Marcel. He's the central military figure. He was born in 1913 in Helena, Montana, and he died in 1986 in Louisiana. He was an intelligence officer assigned to recover and evaluate the debris. In 1947, his role was to visit the ranch, collect the debris, transport it to the Roswell Army Airfield, and he accompanied the material to higher headquarters. In later interviews, beginning in the late 1970s, he stated that he believed the debris was not from a weather balloon. It had unusual properties. The material displayed in Fort Worth was not what he originally recovered. These statements became foundational to the extraterrestrial interpretation. The strengths of his argument are that he was a direct participant. He was a professional military intelligence officer, and he was clearly involved in recovery operations. Some limitations he detailed his detailed public recollections were made roughly 30 years after the event, introducing the possibility of memory changes over time. Then we have Jesse Marcel Jr., the child of Jesse Marcel Sr. He was born in 1943 and he died in 2013, both in Louisiana. So he was about 4 years old when this occurred. As a child, Marcel Jr. recalled his father bringing debris home for the family to see. His description included thin metallic sheets, lightweight structural pieces, unusual markings on some fragments. He later maintained that the material did not resemble anything he encountered during his military and medical careers. His evaluation within his recollections, they seem sincere, but derived from childhood memories, and they were recalled decades later. They are valuable, but must be interpreted with appropriate caution. Then we have Glenn Dennis. Dennis's account became one of the most widely discussed because it introduced the possibility of recovered bodies. His principal claims were that military personnel asked him about small caskets. He received questions about preservation methods. He encountered a nurse who allegedly described unusual bodies. He was warned not to discuss what he had learned. The issues that occur, researchers have noted that his this documentary corroboration is lacking. Some details changed over successive interviews, and the alleged nurse has not been independently verified. His account remains controversial. The military personnel, numerous former service members, later claimed their involvement in security, transportation, communications, perimeter control. The common themes include unusual secrecy, restricted access, armed guards, instructions not to discuss the event. These themes are plausible within the culture of Cold War military operations, but they do not by themselves establish the nature of the recovered material. There is a problem with secondhand testimony. Of course, many Roswell accounts are not firsthand. Instead, they involve statements such as someone told me, a friend who who served on the base said, or my father later admitted. Historians classify such evidence as generally as hearsay. It can suggest avenues for investigation, but generally carries less evidentiary weight than direct contemporaneous records. Then we have deathbed confessions, which are quite interesting. Some books and documentaries describe individuals who allegedly confessed near the end of their lives. Deathbed statements can be emotionally compelling, but they are not automatically more reliable. They still require independent corroboration, consistency with known facts, and supporting evidence. Without such support, they remain anecdotal. One that I recently saw was there was a nurse in Florida who was working with a patient, and the patient one day was very active and aware when normally they were not. I believe the patient was suffering from cancer, and the patient asked the nurse if anybody was in the room with them, basically on the other side of the curtain. The nurse replied no, that they were the only two there. The patient asked the nurse to draw the curtains because there was something really important that they wanted to tell the nurse, and the nurse did so, and the person stated that a um, they were on an archaeological team, some type of geology student of some sort, and they were brought to the location, and they were one of the first groups of people that was there early. And when they saw bodies, these small little childlike sized bodies, they were instructed to turn away and to never tell anybody what they saw. And if they did, they would be harmed. And they were threatened. And the person said they never, the person who was recounting this said that the patient had never the patient stated that they had never told anybody about this, but it was really important, and said to the nurse, "Don't ever, please don't ever tell anybody this because you could be in danger." And this witness, their testimony was from maybe the early 1990s or late 1980s or so, and there are other people who have similar discussions. Perhaps there were more than just teams of Mac Brazel as a civilian and military. Maybe there was some type of scientific group that was brought there. Other people do corroborate this, but whether that's true, yeah, yeah, if they're lucid and they seem to be serious, it's definitely something to um, take seriously. Whether you can believe all of them, absolutely not. But like you're saying, what does the person have to lose? Uh, and yeah, so definitely important that we investigate these, and even some of the witnesses who witnessed the person who was allegedly a witness, the secondhand people, to get as much information from them as possible. Again, we're scientists. Science is important. It's what we do, and the at the heart of being a scientist and science in general are asking questions: the who, what, where, when, why, how of everything. And so there's nothing wrong with trying to dig deeper, especially when this event happened nearly 80 years ago, and we really have had limited amount of information from the verified channels. So um, with this discussion, there are some areas of broad agreement. Despite differences, many witnesses broadly agree on several points. Something was recovered from the ranch, the military responded quickly, secrecy surrounded the recovery, and the official explanation changed rapidly. Participants were instructed to limit discussion. These points are generally consistent with the historical record. The areas of significant disagreement, witnesses diverge on critical questions of the nature of the debris. Was it ordinary balloon materials or advanced military equipment, some type of unknown technology? The presence of the bodies. Some later witnesses claim they existed. Others involved in the recovery never mentioned them. The number of crash sites. Accounts range from one debris field to multiple recovery locations. And handling of the evidence. In terms of the crash sites, at least some of the documentaries that I've seen and the witness testimonies, that the crash site may, or the craft may have hit the basic understanding that I have is that It was a very stormy night that either due to radar or some type of weapon or just make perhaps a donation, but the craft was brought to Earth. It initially made an impact on the ground and then perhaps tried to get back into the air and then eventually would make another impact on the ground, perhaps multiple, and then would crash. And over the course of a size of one or two football fields, we would find much of the debris. Additionally, I've heard an argument that the ground of the perhaps the second field, the final crash, or the final crash, I should just say, because I don't know exactly how many crash debris fields there are, that the ground turned to like a glass like surface, like the sand in the desert had melted. And it was very large, which I always found to be quite interesting. Some people describe routine transport, others allege elaborate compartmentalized operations. These inconsistencies make it difficult to construct a single coherent narrative, certainly. Um, but we definitely have debate on this topic. Our next section, and I love this section, is Philip J. Corso, the reverse engineering and the technology claims. Because if what Philip J. Corso is saying is correct, then actually the technology that you, Missy, and I are utilizing and our audience is either utilizing now or perhaps into the future is reverse engineered alien technology, which is just absolutely fascinating to me. So, if Roswell is the foundation of modern UFO lore, then Philip J. Corso is one of its most influential figures. Before the publication of his 1997 book, most Roswell discussions centered on a debris recovery and later stories about bodies. Corso expanded the narrative dramatically. He claimed that recovered materials from a crashed non human craft were quietly distributed to American industry, where they inspired technological breakthroughs and transformed the modern world. These assertions have been enormously influential, but they're also among the most disputed. So, first and foremost, who was he? He was born May 22nd, 1915, in Philadelphia, and he died July 16th, 1998, in New Jersey. He served in the U.S. Army during and after World War II. His career included assignments involving military intelligence, weapons development, and work connected with research and development offices. His military service is well documented. What is disputed are the extraordinary claims he made after his retirement. The book that changed the Roswell narrative. In 1997, he published The Day After Roswell. The book claimed that Roswell involved a genuine extraterrestrial spacecraft, alien bodies were recovered, the U.S. military established a long term reverse engineering effort, technology from the wreckage was quietly shared with private companies, the public was never informed because of national security. These claims research a broad audience. These claims reached a broad audience and remain central to many Roswell discussions. What is reverse engineering? Reverse engineering is a real engineering practice. It involves acquiring an unfamiliar device, studying its construction, understanding how it functions, reproducing or adapting useful ideas. During World War II, both the Allies and Axis powers reverse engineered each other's weapons. Examples included are radar systems, rockets, aircraft, encryption equipment. Thus, the concept itself is entirely plausible. The question is whether Roswell provided an object to reverse engineer. Corso's central claims, uh, and I should say in his book, it was published with the help of William J. Burns. For people who are into ufology, knows that he was the publisher of UFO magazine and had some UFO television shows, and really helped this story to gain traction. Corso alleged that Roswell-derived materials contributed to advances in integrated circuits, fiber optics, lasers, night vision, particle beam research, advanced materials. I've heard things from Scotchgard to Velcro as practical things that have been developed from this, in addition to microelectronics, you name it, a lot perhaps came from this crash. According to his account, military officials intentionally seeded these technologies into American industry without revealing their alleged extraterrestrial origin. The integrated circuit. The integrated circuit revolution is well documented. We have key figures in it. Their work is supported by laboratory notebooks, patent filings, engineering publications, and corporate records. These records show a clear progression from earlier transistor research. No documentary evidence links the inventions to Roswell materials. Fiber optics evolved through decades of research in glass purity, light transmission, telecommunications. We have important contributors to this. Same with lasers. And I'm giving both sides of the story. Philip Corso says that these were reverse engineered. And the mainstream, you're going to hear people talk about uh, inventions like lasers with their documented development following decades of theoretical work in quantum mechanics, stimulated emission, microwave amplification. The scientific lineage is continuous and extensively documented. Things like night vision. Corso stated that night vision was reverse engineered, perhaps utilizing the eye of one of the beings, the extraterrestrial bodies. Night vision devices were already underway, under development during World War II. Ger- German and Allied forces experimented with infrared illumination, image converters, optical amplification. Some of the advanced materials, one area where debate sometimes persists is in advanced materials. Witnesses described exceptionally light substances, strong metallic fragments, and unusual resilience. Many modern materials include titanium alloys, nickel based superalloys, shape memory alloys such as nickel titanium, also known as nitinol, and carbon composites. Some of these can appear extraordinary to someone unfamiliar with them. However, shape memory alloys like nitinol were developed through documented metallurgical research beginning in the 1950s and early 1960s, and there's no verified evidence that necessarily connects them to Roswell. We do have a patent problem. If revolutionary extraterrestrial technology had been distributed to private industry, investigators would expect to find anomalies such as unexplained design leaps, missing development histories, abrupt technological discontinuities. Instead, historians generally find incremental improvements, documented prototypes, laboratory testing, engineering notebooks, and peer reviewed publications. The continuity weighs against Corso's broad technological claims. Could the government hide such a program? The question has generated intense debate. Arguments that it could. Cold War compartmentalization was extensive. The Manhattan Project demonstrated the very large classified programs demonstrated that very large classified programs could remain secret during wartime, and access to information was tightly controlled. The arguments against are reverse engineering across multiple industries would likely involve thousands of scientists and engineers. Maintaining perfect secrecy over decades would be increasingly difficult, and independent invention by researchers around the world would still occur. For those who support Corso, they argue that Corso held positions that gave him access to sensitive information. His military record lends credibility to his familiarity with classified programs, and some technologies advanced rapidly in the decades after Roswell. However, rapid technological progress alone does not establish the source of those advances. His critics, many say that he had limited documentary corroboration. There's a lack of physical evidence, discrepancies between the editions of his book, disagreements among collaborators, and conflict with well established histories of technological development. The broader question of reverse engineering, it's important to distinguish between two separate questions. Does the US government reverse engineer foreign technology? Yes. This is well documented and has occurred throughout modern military history. Has it reverse engineered recovered extraterrestrial technology from Roswell? At least not publicly available, has been able to conclusively demonstrate this. But that doesn't mean that there's not a clandestine world where this does occur. So the next section that we'll review some is the government investigations, declassified records, and the modern UAP era. For nearly 50 years after the events of July 1947, the U.S. government conducted no public comprehensive investigation of Roswell. That changed in the 1990s after persistent public interest, congressional inquiries, and requests under the Freedom of Information Act. This part examines what will review what official investigations found. where records are incomplete, and how Roswell fits into the broader modern discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomena. So, why Roswell was investigated decades later? During the 1970s and 1980s, books about Roswell became popular, television documentaries reached large audiences, former military personnel gave interviews, and members of Congress received requests from constituents for answers. These developments prompted renewed attention to the historical record. We had congressional interest. In the 1990s, questions raised by members of Congress led to requests for reviews of governmental records related to Roswell. The purpose was not to determine whether extraterrestrials had visited Earth, but rather to determine what happened in July of 1947, whether records existed, and whether previous explanations were accurate. The 1994 U.S. Air Force report that was published, the Roswell Report Fact versus Fiction in the New Mexico Desert, its principal conclusions were the recovered debris was most likely from Project Mogul. Mogul was classified in 1947. Personnel unfamiliar with the program could have misunderstood the debris. The weather balloon explanation protected national security. Of course, there's a 1997 follow up report. A second report addressed continuing claims about alien bodies. It concluded that some witnesses may have unintentionally combined memories from different periods, including anthropomorphic test dummies used in the 1950s, aircraft accident investigations, routine military recovery operations, and medical training exercises. Critics noted an important issue. The dummy tests occurred several years after Roswell. The Air Force acknowledged this chronology but suggested that long-term memory can merge separate events. The declassified documents. Over time, numerous Cold War records have been declassified. These include documents including balloon research, atmospheric experiments, nuclear detection programs, intelligence operations. These records confirm that highly classified balloon projects, including Project Mogul, were real. However, no declassified document has been authenticated as describing the recovery of an extraterrestrial spacecraft or non human biological remains at Roswell. We have missing records. One aspect that continues to attract attention is the absence of some historical records. Researchers have identified gaps involving routine administrative files, certain outgoing messages, destruction of some personnel records under standard records retention practices. Missing records are not unusual for mid 20th century government archives, particularly for documents considered temporary. However, their absence makes it more difficult to reconstruct events in detail and leaves room for speculation. We have the FBI in Roswell. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has released historical files mentioning flying discs. These files show that reports of unusual aerial objects were forwarded between agencies. The Bureau monitored public reports when relevant to national security. Many cases remained unexplained because of limited evidence. Importantly, the released files do not establish that the FBI confirmed an extraterrestrial crash at Roswell. Intelligence agencies and secrecy. Many discussions of Roswell include agencies such as the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency. It's worth noting that the CIA was created in September 1947. After the Roswell incident, the NSA was established in 1952. Therefore, neither agency directed the initial July 1947 response. Later involvement in classified aerospace or intelligence matters is a separate question, but many people have brought up the idea that hey, if we had a crash in 1947, in July of 1947, and the government didn't know how to manage it, then it would be a great idea for the CIA to be created in September of 1947 to be able to perhaps lend a disinformation campaign and also to be able to address these topics in the future. The modern UAP era, beginning in the late 2010s, official interest shifted from UFOs to unidentified anomalous phenomena. Several developments contributed: the release of military cockpit videos, increased congressional oversight, establishment of formal reporting processes, creation of dedicated analytical offices within the U.S. Department of Defense. This renewed attention does not validate Roswell necessarily, but it demonstrates that governments continue to investigate unexplained aerial reports. We've had congressional hearings on UAP. Recent congressional hearings have explored topics such as military pilot observations, sensor data, reporting procedures, classification practices, allegations from current and former officials. Some witnesses have claimed knowledge of alleged crash retrieval programs. Others have stated that they have not personally seen evidence confirming extraterrestrial technology. To date, no publicly released evidence from these hearings has conclusively established that that Roswell involved a recovered non-human craft. The standard of evidence: historians and investigators generally distinguish among official reports, contemporaneous memoranda, photographs, technical records, physical evidence, meaning recovered materials, analyses, and laboratory analyses and authenticated artifacts, testimonial evidence, witness recollections, interviews, oral histories. Roswell relies heavily on testimonial evidence because no authenticated physical artifact has been made publicly available for independent science testing. What official investigations agree on? Almost across official reviews, several points are consistent. Something was recovered from a ranch near Roswell. The military responded quickly. The initial public statement was inaccurate. Classified programs operating in New Mexico contributed to secrecy, and no official investigation has been concluded that the recovered object was extraterrestrial. What remains unresolved: despite decades of study, several questions remain open from a historical perspective. Why was the initial flying disc press release issued? Exactly which materials were recovered from the ranch? Are all relevant records still extant? Why do some witnesses maintain that the displayed debris differed from what they recovered? The next section that we'll get into are the competing theories of the extraterrestrial craft, the secret technology, and other types of formation. So this case has survived for nearly 80 years because it sits at the intersection of several powerful themes: military secrecy, technological anxiety, Cold War intelligence, human memory, and public fascination with life beyond Earth. Different researchers interpret the same evidence differently. This, so many of these theories that are going to be evaluated or are evaluated face different problems and how they compare with the available historical record. So we have theory one, which is an extraterrestrial spacecraft crashed. The most famous explanation is a non-human spacecraft crashed near Roswell in 1947, and the U.S. military recovered the craft and occupants. This theory became dominant after the 1970s to 1990s expansion of Roswell literature. We have evidence that supporters cite. Advocates of this extraterrestrial hypothesis point to the original flying disc announcement. The July 1947 press release stated that a flying disc had been recovered. Supporters argue the military briefly revealed the truth, then reversed the story. We have witness accounts. Supporters emphasize later testimony describing unusual debris, secrecy, alleged bodies, restricted areas. They argue multiple witnesses independently reported extraordinary events. We have an alleged technology transfer. Some researchers connect Roswell to integrated circuits, fiber optics, lasers, advanced materials. They interpret rapid technological progress after 1947 as potentially connected. Now, there are problems with the extraterrestrial theory from a historical evidence standpoint. There's a lack of physical evidence. We have some timeline issues. Many body claims appear decades after 1947. We have technological development records. Major technologies attributed to alien origins have documented human development histories. We have a second theory, which is presented: the Project Mogul balloon explanation. This is the official explanation. According to this theory, a classified high altitude balloon system was designed to monitor Soviet nuclear tests, and it crashed near Roswell. Uh, we also have the idea of a secret U.S. experimental aircraft. Another possibility is that the object was a classified American project. The late 1940s saw rapid development of jet aircraft, rockets, advanced propulsion concepts, and high altitude systems. People who uh, lend credence to this argument state that the military had many programs unknown to civilians, things with experimental aircraft, reconnaissance systems, and missile research. A crash involving classified equipment would explain rapid recovery, secrecy, and misleading public statements. There are problems with this theory, though. No confirmed aircraft project matches the Roswell descriptions. A major technological breakthrough would likely leave traces, engineering records, procurement documents, test reports. Unlike many real classified programs, no such documentation has surfaced. There's another theory, Soviet technology or foreign experiment. Some researchers have proposed that the object could have been connected to Soviet espionage, captured German technology, foreign experimentation. This reflects genuine Cold War fears. Really, these different discussions historically happen for multiple reasons. We have incomplete information, rumors, later reinterpretation. There's a major role of the media. Media does not merely report mysteries; it shapes how they are remembered. Roswell gained importance through books, television, documentaries, interviews. Each retelling added details. We have the cultural Roswell versus the historical Roswell. There really are two Roswells. The historical Roswell, a 1947 military recovery involving unusual debris, and then the cultural Roswell, a story involving alien spacecraft, bodies, government secrecy, hidden technology. And then there are hybrid theories of this. Some researchers combine explanations. For instance, there was ordinary debris, but exaggerated later, secret military technology plus confusion, genuine unknown object but no confirmed aliens. These approaches acknowledge uncertainty. Uh, Whatever people may think that it is, we go into it with open minds and open hearts, and we're just trying to get to the truth. The central his Go ahead. The movies, the television shows, absolutely. The entire city itself is a tourist destination now, and with the festivals and such, absolutely. There's a central historical question. The deepest question is not simply was it aliens? The deeper question is how do humans construct explanations when governments, witnesses, and evidence do not align? Roswell became famous because it represents a conflict between official secrecy, public curiosity, and uncertainty. And the final assessment that we'll do is what Roswell reveals about secrecy, evidence, and the human search for answers. Roswell, this incident endures because it is not merely a question about a strange object in the desert, it is a case study in military secrecy, intelligence culture, technological change, witness memory, government communication, and the human desire to understand the unknown. Whether viewed as a crashed spacecraft, a classified balloon accident, or a legend built around an ambiguous event, Roswell remains one of the most influential mysteries of the modern era. The timeline that we've reviewed, 1947, the rancher discovers, Mac Brazel discovers debris near Roswell. Military personnel recover the materials. The Roswell Army Airfield announces a flying disc recovery. The statement is quickly replaced with a weather balloon explanation. In the 1950s and 1960s, Roswell largely disappears from public attention. The Cold War continues. U.S. military aerospace programs expand. In the late 1970s, researchers begin interviewing former participants. The Roswell story returns to public attention. In the 80s and 90s, books and documentaries expand the narrative. New claims appear involving crash sites, bodies, secret programs. From 1994 to 1997, the Air Force publishes investigations explaining the event through classified balloon programs and addressing body claims. Of course, in 1997, we also have Philip J. Corso and published by William J. Burns in his book The Day After Roswell, which lends a lot of credence or information that got people more interested in this topic. And in the 2000s to the present time, Roswell becomes part of a broader UFO and UAP discussion. It was definitely a historically strong event. It was a real recovery that occurred. There was genuine debris discovery, and the military became involved. The event is involved in secrecy. This is not controversial. The late 1940s were filled with classified programs. The first explanation changed. This is not denied either. The public statement changed quickly. The contribution This contributed greatly to the suspicion. What remains uncertain? Some questions cannot be fully resolved from available records. For instance, the exact composition of every recovered fragment, the precise communication chain. inside the military, whether every relevant document survived, why some later witnesses described events differently. We have missing artifacts. The strongest possible evidence would be physical debris, laboratory testing, independent verification. A verified artifact could answer many questions, but publicly available Roswell material has never reached that standard. This remains the central limitation. I will say this: there are theories that the crashed debris was taken to Wright Patterson Air Force Base near Dayton, Ohio, and was observed there, and then eventually made its home at Area S4. And that's more into the Bob Lazar story in the Nevada desert near the Nevada test site, near Area 51, about 15 miles south of Area 51. There are witnesses, whistleblowers, who have discussed that that's perhaps the more permanent home of the craft, if it does have one. Now, the question that exists: what happened to the bodies? The alleged bodies are the most extraordinary part of the Roswell narrative. They appear primarily in later testimony. They lack contemporary documentation. They lack publicly available physical evidence. The difference between someone later said bodies existed and bodies were documented and examined is enormous. We have the importance of the Cold War throughout all of this. Roswell occurred during one of the most secret periods in American history. The United States was developing nuclear weapon systems, missile technology, reconnaissance methods, and atmospheric monitoring. A strange object falling near military facilities would naturally receive intense attention. We have the question: why the military explanation changed? A major question remains: why announce a flying disc? Possible explanations include misunderstanding, incomplete information, rushed public relations, confusion between personnel. Large organizations often produce inconsistent messages during rapidly developing events, but for all of the large organizations that I know, I've never heard one of them initially say that it's a flying disc and then eventually say that it is a weather balloon. That is quite a distant connection to be able to be made. But to lend credence to the mainstream, that's what people want you to believe. Why people continue to believe absolutely. Why people continue to believe Roswell? Appeals because it combines several powerful ideas: mystery, something unusual happened; authority, the military was involved; technology, the event occurred during a technological revolution; existential questions, are we alone? Roswell and the question of extraterrestrial life. The existence of extraterrestrial life is a separate question. The universe contains billions of galaxies, enormous numbers of planets, environments where life might theoretically develop. Many scientists consider life elsewhere possible, but life may exist elsewhere is different from Roswell proves extraterrestrial visitation. The evidence standards are different. The broader UFO or UAP question. Modern UAP investigations have shown some sightings remain unexplained. Military sensors can record unusual events, and data quality matters. However, unidentified does not necessarily mean extraterrestrial. A phenomenon can be explained because information is incomplete, sensors malfunction, objects are misidentified, and analysis is limited. Some lessons that we have from our intelligence history: Roswell teaches several broader lessons. Secrecy creates suspicion. When governments hide information for legitimate reasons, people naturally wonder what else may be hidden. Also, confusion grows over time. Some uncertainties can become large narratives. Witnesses matter, but evidence matters more. Human testimony is valuable, but extraordinary claims require multiple independent forms of evidence. We have the investigator's framework. A careful researcher separates confirmed the debris recovery, the military involvement, and the changing statements, the probable connection to classified activity, and the possible but unproven secret technology recovery, and then really unsupported by currently public evidence of the alien bodies, the extraterrestrial spacecraft, and the reverse engineered alien technology. However, that is supported by many witnesses who are just not necessarily, we can't necessarily verify their takes. So, the final evaluation of these major claims: a craft from another world was crashed. That's unconfirmed. The military recovered something unusual. That is confirmed. The event involves classified technology. That's highly plausible. Bodies were recovered. That's based on later testimony and can't be necessarily verified. Alien technology created modern electronics. That one doesn't have much evidence. I shouldn't say that. That one does not have any verified evidence, but does have witness and hearsay, and quite major amounts of that. And if you just look to the development over the course of the 20th century, when we went from the Wright Flyer, early fixed wing aircraft, to within 70 years at least being able to travel faster than the speed of sound with the SR 71, and within now the last 126 years or so, having smartphones and the internet and satellites, and at least being able to go into low Earth orbit, there are many questions that exist and as to the advancement of technology that we've seen. Most certainly. Most certainly. So, our final conclusion: the Roswell incident is best understood as a collision of general military secrecy, a real but perhaps poorly explained recovery, Cold War anxiety, evolving witness testimony, and decades of speculation. But at the same time, the case remains historically fascinating because it demonstrates how secrecy and uncertainty can transform a local event into a global mystery. Roswell endures not because of what may have fallen from the sky, but because of what humans do when they look upward and ask, "Are we alone?" And with that, that's certainly a deep dive on the Roswell incident of July of 1947, and um, absolutely, and absolutely. Do you mind if I just say it's 79th anniversary, and we're absolutely. And where people can connect with me is first and foremost in my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for any kind of pastoral support, any type of issues you're going through. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. If you want to view all of my social media, it's available at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And of course, you can view my life live 24/7 on YouTube, as you've been able to do for more than 4 years as we approach our fifth year, and by typing Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filtering by live. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you, Missy, for the opportunity to go into this deep dive and answer some of the amazing questions of the audience. I want to thank the audience for bringing such important topics to light, to the surface, and I look forward to doing this again sometime. Thank you. No, you're good. That's okay. I understand. Yeah, you can tell I'm passionate about this stuff, getting down to the bottom of what's going on in our world. Oh, 100%. So, excellent. Wonderful. I'll look it over. And if there's anything to change, I'm sure there won't be, but I'll let you know. And that's right. That's right. Excellent. And we won't put anything on paper now, but we'll be in touch via email and such. And when you'd like to have another guest, feel free to send me an email, or if I have something that occurs and I think it's prudent for the audience, I'll send you an email. And if you need anything from me in the meantime, I'm always here for you. Oh, most certainly. That I don't know, but I was researching this. I know you got another. Yeah, but there was one. No, but I found one that's free for you. So it is known as Restream, and you can live stream on two different uh, platforms. So you could restream on YouTube, and you could restream on Rumble. Absolutely, absolutely. And then you should know that you can have, just like you've got now, where it's a studio and you can have someone join but not have everybody join. And I think it may be something that may be of interest to you. And you should know, and as many hours are in a month, it's free. So if you want that, yeah, absolutely. That's why I thought of you. And I use it every day. I use it on multiple of my accounts. And I just didn't think of, hey, that's what she should be using because I don't normally do interviews on it. I do interviews, but I do them in different ways. I usually do them on Discord. But absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Okie doke. Thank you so much, Missy. You take care. Bye bye. Oh, I did it though. I did it, folks. Folks, if you're watching this and you're like, was he going to be able to go 3 hours with 2 cups of coffee in that bladder? Oh, yeah. Are you happy? Yeah, dog, that went really well. Did it? Yeah. Would you have changed anything? It went really well. I'm really proud of it. Shout out to Roswell. Got to take a dizzy, though. Big time. Some Robinson's going to be freaking. Really? Who knows? West Side. Are you happy? Is you happy? Yeah. Would you do her show again? Yeah. Cause this dick is the bomb. Are you happy with how it went? Yeah. Would you change anything? No, I'm balling. I'm happy with that. Yo, what up, Tony? Tony. Tony. What up, pimp? Big dog. How am I? I'm amazing, my friend. I just did a 3 hour podcast and I got a response from the guy who has 250,000 people on it. And I didn't do that one just now, though. I just did a different podcast. But it's good to get a response to that one because I didn't know if he was going to respond to me. And yeah, but I've got to redraft my proposal to him because he wants to talk more about UFOs. And so mine was more about history, but that's okay. Um, I just did a 3 hour podcast. Do you know what Roswell is? No. Okay, so in 1947, allegedly, there was a UFO that crashed and in New Mexico, and that's allegedly we've gotten a lot of technology from that. Things like the transistor, microelectronics, integrated circuits, everything with computers basically came from this crash. Also, lasers and night vision, different types of radar, perhaps things like Velcro, Scotch Guard, uh, and it's celebrating its 79th anniversary uh, right now. So I was on for that, and it went well, thankfully. That's nice. That's very so like are you telling me you are so close to it like big podcast? Um, we're gonna try. I'm gonna redraft my proposal to this guy and say, hey, it's the perfect time to have me on for this, and I hope so. I had somebody else who wants to schedule me on, I think Tuesday,
So that's good too. Um, in the United States this week, usually people take off from work, so maybe they don't check their emails
Um,
as much because it's the it's what's known as the sesquicentennial, basically the 250th anniversary of the country.
yeah,
So people are really excited about that.
I am really happy for you. Are you making moves? That's best.
I'm doing my best to, my man. Um, I ran into an issue though that um, I was sending out too many emails to people, and I lost some of my Gmail accounts. Nothing too major though, but I just can't respond to these people yet. I think I have to wait 24 hours or something. So,
Yeah,
but that's okay. I created. Do you know what Proton Mail is?
no,
Okay,
no, absolutely no, no.
it's just another um, it's another platform that allows you to send emails. So I created eight of those.
Mm-hmm.
I created eight of those accounts within the last day, and do my best to um, I'm gonna do my best to review that information with.
But like, I am. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I am sorry.
That's okay.
But like, you are very hot right now.
I mean,
That's good.
yeah. Hopefully it continues, and you never know what happens. Um, I really need to land this big one. That's the one I really need to land. So, God
Yeah.
willing, he will reconsider my proposal, and then he'll be like, "Okay, well, yeah, I'll have you on, and we'll do a podcast." Um, and if he doesn't want to do it, then that's not the end of the world. It's okay. I've got other podcasts on which I can schedule, or in which I can schedule.
But like I said, I'm too happy for you, and you you are, I think, so close to do something very big. Like I am really happy for you.
Thanks, Big Dog. Yeah, I mean, so far so good. Um, the podcast thing has been good. It is I think, a good way to let people know about what I do, who I am, and what I do, and um, the most important thing for me is that the discussion is archived for the future, so that people can watch it a long time from now. And if one of my accounts gets banned, it's no big deal because it's on their account.
Yeah, true.
It,
But like,
and it helps me because it's not like my content is always coming from my account, it's coming from other people's accounts. So that helps too because that introduces me to new audiences and stuff. So, how was your birthday, Big Dog?
good. I did episode with the UFC.
Oh, you did? How did that go?
I think good. I have some technical issues, but I did.
Okay, what technical issues did you have?
Like the video, like we was talking, and the the moment video was ended. So I just need to start new one.
Okay, so are you going to be able to get the video for it?
Yeah.
All right, and um, What'd you do for your birthday?
I just like to have dinner with my family in the restaurant.
Oh, cool. You went out to dinner?
Yeah.
What'd you eat?
Oh my God, I don't know how to say in English. So like you got me.
Okay, was it meat?
Yeah. Yes. Meat. Yeah.
Okay, was it steak?
No. No. It was like wait. I need to
What kind of
search.
what kind of animal did it come
And
from?
I have no fucking idea. Like, I'm gonna be competitive. And and I put a new episode on my YouTube channel.
Oh, that's great. So you had a very productive day.
I I hope so.
You
Uh,
you had another revolution around the sun. That's important.
no, I am at 22, and I think my terrain is long gone, and yeah,
You think your train is long gone?
yeah,
What does that mean?
like I'm too late for everything.
Dude, you're in perfect position. You're young. You're one of the youngest Czech podcasters in the world.
That's true.
Have you had the opportunity to apply for any jobs recently?
I will going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow I have interviews for the jobs.
No way. What kind of job?
Tomorrow
No way. What kind of job?
I have I have like in the shop with animals and this stuff.
A pet shop?
So this can be nice.
A
And
pet
I
shop
think tomorrow I have
where they sell
yeah
animals?
yes
Oh,
pet
cool.
shop
You're
and
a
like
pet shop boy.
everything for the animal, yeah,
Okay, cool. Do they sell
pet shop.
animals there too?
What?
Do they sell animals there too?
Oh yes, like a hamster and this.
Oh, like hamsters. Okay, cool. Excellent.
I have
Are you good with
I have
are you good with animals?
sorry yeah I have animals.
Okay, excellent.
I have two hamsters.
You have two hamsters?
Yeah,
Oh, amazing. So you're really good with animals. What are your
yeah.
what are your hamsters' names?
The Peppa and the Zdenda.
Okay, what does that mean?
The name
Pe-
Peppa
Peppa?
and uh, and Zdenda.
Okay, what does that mean though? Like, what do those names mean?
Peppa is like the mini hamsters we have,
Peppa's like the
and Zdenda.
Peppa's like the weenie hamsters you have?
No. We have already have two hamsters named Peppa, so we name it three. Um, third hamster Peppa.
And they're all named Peppa?
No, and not other one is Zdenda,
Okay,
and
what does that mean in Czech?
nothing. It's just a name.
Okay, how did you get on Zinzenza?
Zdenda, Zdinda.
Oh, just like it's spelled. Okay, just like it sounds. All right, so it's Stenda. How did you decide on that
Yes,
name?
because this was after somebody died in my mom family, so we decided to name it.
Oh, okay, so it's named after somebody.
Yeah,
Okay, And what about Peppa?
Peppa is like we want to continue the name Peppa because last two hamsters was Peppa.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, well, that's great that you are a pet owner. Do you take good care of them?
They are not dead yet, so I think so.
That's true. Do you give them bedding and water and stuff to chew on?
No, no. Our hamsters, and I think hamsters is not good to batting, not good into the water. So no, but yeah, I will give him food.
You don't give your hamsters water?
Yeah, okay. So yes, water. I was thinking you are talking about like bathing, like in the like like the cleaning stuff. But yes, I will give water. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Excellent. So, are you excited for the job interview?
Yeah, yeah. I am.
Do you think?
And I got new haircut
Oh, fancy.
yesterday.
Fancy. Are you going to go in dressed up?
Yes,
Good for you, man. I'm really happy for you.
I'm not winning that much. It's not like the big winning and this stuff.
What'd you say, big man?
I'm not winning that much. It's not like big wins.
Dude, that's a big win. If you get this job, it's a giant win.
Yeah, that's true. And another thing, I finally get like something installed with my knee. Finally, I get new information.
Okay, what's that?
I will gonna surgery.
Oh, you're gonna have knee surgery? Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
All right. Are you excited?
Yes.
Well, that's great. When's the surgery?
In like in 3 months
Okay.
because because in summer like they are not going to like do like the most operation.
In summer, they're not gonna do the operation.
Like in the summertime, they are not doing that much operations.
Oh, I got you. Okay. All right. Well, that's great, man. And do you think you'll be able to walk better then?
I hope so.
That's the thought. Okay. And you uploaded one of your podcasts, and you did a podcast, and you got
Yep.
it. You did a whole lot, dude. You're winning.
I don't know about that, but I hope so.
I do. I know for a fact you're winning, my man.
Why? Why do you think I'm winning?
You spent another year above ground. That's always a win. You uploaded a podcast. That's a win. You recorded a podcast that you've been wanting to record for a long time. That's a win. Win, 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 win. And you've got a job interview tomorrow. Another win.
And Saturday I am going to see that girl.
And I was just going to ask that. And Saturday, you're going to see that girl. Look at you.
Yeah.
Remember you before? You're like, oh, it's too far. I can't do it. Blah, 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 blah. Now you got your shit together.
Yep.
Excellent. All right. What are you going to do with her?
I don't know. Maybe some cinema or some food because
Go,
because I get what?
go with food. Don't go with cinema on the first date.
Okay.
Cinema is second date.
Okay. So Yeah, and I get gifts from my people to my birthday. I get some money. I'm not that broke. I'm still broke, but I'm not that broke.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, excellent, my man. So you got a little cash. You're gonna go take a girl out this weekend. You got a job interview tomorrow. You uploaded a podcast today. You recorded a podcast today. That sounds like a win, man. All wins. Win, 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 win. Good on you, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome, big man. That's phenomenal. Good job, Tony. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome, big man. So are you thrilled?
A little bit.
Just a little bit. Okay, well, that's something.
Because I will tell you why. Okay?
Tell me, Vi.
I will tell you why. Because like yes, you have right. This is good, but right in last this year, like everything was like one day is good and 3 days is bad. So I wanted to prepare to bad things
Okay,
in my mind.
well, you met me, and now it's 2 days good, no days bad.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go, big man. That's phenomenal. I'm proud of you. You should be proud of yourself.
How many people you say you are proud of?
In the last week, zero, aside from you.
Oh, yeah, okay. I will gonna believe you.
I'm recorded. I wouldn't say if there was somebody else, I would give them a shout out, and I would say I also said that I'm really proud of that person, but
Um,
not in the last week.
you,
I don't tell that many people that I'm proud of them because I'm not that proud of most people. Uh, but I'm proud of you. You're doing really well, big dog.
mhm.
So good on you, my man.
Do you think Argentina and Capo Verde will win?
Argentina, not Capo
Yeah.
Verde. Yeah, dog.
We will see what happens because Capo Verde in group stage have like 0-0 with Spain.
They're like 0-0 with Spain
Yeah,
right now.
with European champion.
Oh, it's a European champion.
Yeah, Spain.
Okay.
Can I tell you something?
Tell me anything you want, big dog.
Okay. I am really happy and I'm really like I'm really happy you 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 join me in my uh, sorry you you join me in for my journey and that is best.
Absolutely. I'm Proud to be on your journey, my man.
And yeah, and this is like good, truly good.
I agree with you. It is good.
And maybe one day we are gonna see each other in a little town,
God,
real life.
God willing, my man.
So yeah, I just want to say thank you because I think you helped me so much in my podcasting and this shit. Yeah, thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome, my man. It's my pleasure. I want to see you do well. A rising tide lifts all ships, right?
Yeah, that's the
All right. So, what are you doing now?
Right now I am sitting and talking with you. In 5 minutes I have call with someone. After that call, I will going to upload that episode on Spotify and Apple Podcast. Yeah, I will do some work
All right, big man.
because like you are not going to believe me, but when I finally like have like the day to my surgery and this shit, I was crying for tears happiness.
That's wonderful. I'm really
I
happy
know
for you.
there's some weird, but yeah,
That doesn't sound weird.
I will never have another another two in my life. This is the one time only.
You never know. There could be time travel. There could be reverse
True,
aging. You never know.
true. I think I said this on a Twitter a Twitter tweet. I said like it's not what I wear. It's people who I met. It's people who is standing with me. That's the beautiful thing.
Word, dog.
It's not like what I'm wearing. It's that people I met. I make new friends and this shit. That is the beautiful thing about my journey.
Absolutely. We're on this journey with you for your desired destination. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, and like I am very happy because I think the worst is to be alone. That the worst curse can people have to be alone.
Yeah, being alone's not cool. Having
Yeah,
people around
it's
you,
absolutely
community is important.
yeah. And specifically in this world, in this area we live in, because everything is so fast, you have a mental problem and this shit. So to have somebody who is love you, who is like you, even if they're in America or other countries, is give you so much energy to keep going.
Good, my man. Well, you are loved, and just recognize that it's just a matter of time, my man. You got to keep grinding.
You know? And that's the beautiful thing about it, because like we need to have people. Okay, I will go and I will talk to you uh, later.
Excellent. I'm proud of you. Good job, big man.
Thank you, and thank you for being here for me.
That's why I'm
I
here,
really
my man.
appreciate it.
You're welcome, my friend. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
I'm back.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
What's
yeah,
good?
but person is not online yet. So,
Okay.
so like I think I think film about me will be very interesting
Okay. Why do you think the film about you will be very interesting?
because my film was like lot of lot of downside, lost money, lost so much money. I lost 1 point because I believe wrong people, heartbreaking. But it's a good thing. Like my winning in podcasting, my first ever trophy in the football. It was the best day of my life, and this shit. So I think this is going to be like a really interesting story.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, and you will be director.
Sounds like a plan, my friend.
Yeah,
All right. So, are you? Who are you talking to, if I may ask?
I I I was talking to someone from Canada.
Are they
I
cool?
will talk to.
Are they cool?
Very cool
Are they a boy or a girl?
girl.
Look at you.
But like she is more my sister. She is not like romantic. She is my sister.
Are you sure?
I am 100% sure.
Is she hot?
No.
Okay. That's that's as honest as you can get, folks. In the future, when I ask someone, are they hot? I want everybody to take notes on my man Tony, because he will just straight up tell you, no, this person is not hot, but they are like his sister. That's amazing. All right, so this person's not hot, but that's cool. Are they interesting?
Very interesting.
All right, well
Very interesting.
that's even better. All right, so they're very interesting. What do you talk about?
I think we will talk about a lot of stuff. I cannot discuss this here.
Like what?
like I don't know, like the 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 person is not here to, like, I don't know if I can, like we was talking about my life. She was helping me with my mental health. Yeah, she is really good.
All right, that's tight.
Really.
Is she your age?
No, no, she is 35.
Oh, okay. Is she single?
Yes, yeah, yeah, she is.
All right. Do you think she likes you?
But
Do you think she likes you?
yeah, I think she likes me. Yeah, of course.
Why, of course. Like you're some kind of Mac Daddy pimp.
No, I'm not mad at it, but she likes me. I know it.
Okay.
I little brother.
Okay. And do you like her?
Like my sister. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, when's she supposed to come online?
I don't know. No, I don't know. No. She's very, very, very hard to deal with sometimes.
Why is she hard
I'm
to?
not
Why is she hard to
going to
deal?
lie,
Why is she hard to deal with?
because 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 she is very, she's not open. She doesn't trust people. So I need to dig in. So yeah,
Okay.
sometimes yeah.
All right.
I think we should do. Okay, you okay? Nothing. Mm,
What are you saying?
nothing. I mean, it's my birthday. I can have mental breakdown sometimes.
You're good, dude. Don't worry about it. It's not a mental breakdown. You're fine.
אם יש שחיקה מעל הגרוגרת, או כאילו לכיוון הריאות, אז זה הגרוגרת, זה המקום הלא טוב, לא המקום של שחיקה. מצאנו שיש שחיקה, אולי זה שחיקה, או אם זה שחיקה, שיהיה לחשש לרופו, שהוא לחשש כמטה ולסחוב לחסוך על החבר, אבל שנכנס מתחת לסינון, וחוטף את הסינון אחר כך, אבל הסכין היה מכניסו, המונו שלפעמים יצא, הוא חוטף במקום הלא נכון, ואיתו, ואם יש תמונת הסכין, והיא חוטף ומפעילה, אז זה מושך את החומר, את הרשת, וזה הוא עוקב את החומר, במקום לחתוך מתחתק, הוא מושך על זה, קורע את זה כזה, רגע, מה זה מעשה? הנה שומעים, זה חודש מאי שחר ככה, אנחנו נגיע לשם עוד מעט, עוד זה 10 ימים, אני לא יודע אם לא הצליח את 10 ימים, לפעמים 2, 3 פעמים, 3 שנים, אבל ראו שזה קשה, מהראשון מלשוח אותי יורד לנו טוב בחודש, וזה בגלל זה זה פעמיים שלא מצוין, שמה עצמו לא הולכים לו דומה, כיוון שהוא לא ידע לאופן, שהוא ניסוי, שהוא שתהיה, ודורש, ולא ידע. לא נעמיד על המציאות. חכמו צוי נגד סימני. למה השתיקה? אחרי השתיקה, השקט בא ובודק לראות, לא רואה. כשמסתכלת ברוב הסימן, חייבים לפתוח רוב סימן, אז אי אפשר לפתוח ולהסתכל לפנים לראות שהוא הלך לרוב הסימן. צוי, אם זה בסימנים, למה השתיקה? או לא יקרה, חכמים, תבינו, אנחנו למדנו רבשים האלה, שכל קיבל סיכוי, אם השתיקה היא לא לבצע, היא לעשות, מה עליו, התורה, שבשביל עושים האלה, להסתכל ולבדוק, ולבדוק את הסימנים. והיה סנדק זמני, אלוהי, סתם לא אומר, כדי שתיקו ברכה, לא תבקר חכם, חכם מאוד מעניין, כדי לתת כבוד לרב של העיר, נותנים לו לקח את הסכין, הוא לא לקח סכין, תבדוק. שבגמור, לקח דברים ראשונים, יש רב שגר בסוף העיר. לוקח 3 דקות הגר. יש רב שלא 30 שניות מהשתיקה. אז מה זה כדי לבדוק? 3 דקות או 30 שניות? או, כדי שתיקו ככה חכם, מדברים על החכם בעצמו, החכם בעצמו, כמו היום. תלמידים ביתו, אין בדרך כלל, פתאום זה הלכת, כי דבר חכם, הסיכוי שהוא, או שתיקה. יש איזה שתיקה, לראות אם, אז יש לי כאן תמונה של כמה תמונות של רלבן שתיקה, כמו עשו מאוד את התמונה הזאת, כמה סכינים יש לשאלה של לבדוק עכשיו, אני לא רוצה לבדוק את כולם, אני בויטו, אבל השתיקים הקטנים נותנים את הזה. עכשיו, תראו איזו שאלה פשוטה, יש פרה בקטע חדר לבקיים, היא פתאום חושבת עכשיו אצלם, נופלת ונופלת, נורא נופלת, התשובה היא שהיא נפל לבד שהיא שתיקה יש לה שתימה. ממש, כמעט שמאלנו, כאילו, שתימה, ובקריאה מאוד גבוהה. לא אבי אבל, כמו אבי אבל, מתה, גם מת. אבל באמת מתה זה אבא תומו, כמו שבט. זה לא שבט, אנחנו חושבים. שלי שחט איתו, שחט בגאולה. ואז, רגע, שחט עוד שאלה, שחט בגאולה. פותח את הקיבה, ורואה שיש לשמאל, שולח מצד אחד של הלב לתוך תבנית. פריצה, מה זה פריצה? פירות קשור לכל הצד השני. נראה או לא נראה? והתשובה היא, אתם צודקים, השתיקה מכשירה טומאה. אוקיי, אז בואו נחזור באמת. אז אם היה שתיקה, אין צוי, יש דבר תנאי. אם השוחט שחט, ולא בדק את הסימנים, אנחנו לא מדברים על הפסקים, כן? הוא לא בדק, אנחנו חוזרים אחורה. כן? שימו לב, עכשיו דיברנו על הסכין, לתוך סכין, לא לתוך סכין, לתוך לשון, לא לשון. אני אגיד לכם, כלומר, כל שבת צריך לבדוק את הסימנים לראות שהוא היה רואה ולכם. שאלה גרתי יש שגר לב וגרתי אמרונה, פריקה אסור להפעילו. פריקה זה הלכה של פריקה, ואין בו שום תפילה. זאת אומרת, באש פריקה טובה, אני מודה ויש בספק במדינות שקורות על גידול, אסור. איך אני חושב במדינה מסוימת? איך אנחנו יודעים את כל העניין הזה של סייפים ובסיס הרבים ומסייפים שראינו את האמיתי וזה מבוסס הסייפר, איך שנשארים שתמים מהעם. מה זה סייפר? עדיין אומר ציוד סתרים דברים, יוחדה, יוחדה כמותר איש. עכשיו, איך זה יוחדה? זה יופי. אז כל העניין של סייפים ובסיס היופי זה לא ביסוס הרב. מה זה יש לנו את זה במילה מסוימת בסייפר שזה יופי? שזה יופי. מוסי חשוב. שבתפקודו יש לכך הסיבה היא הולכת ונשארת. 2017 זה דבר קל, תמיד אתם רוצים לשלוח במיידי, אבל בזמן דברים של תרומו, ילדתי, דברים של תרומו, ילדים, השרץ המאה, גאלו, למי שזה רק די קרוב, ודאי לא בטוח. אז אפילו זה מישהו סבבים, יש כל שעות. שזה יופי, סליחה, אפילו זה יופי. אפילו זה יופי, זה לא בכלל. סייפים שזה יופי. חומר, טוב, טוב. ולסדר במים מגיעים למסלול. אז ראינו שאני וסבנטה ניסו, אבל אני אפילו מסביר להם סייפר. למה? הגעתם? למה כמה שעות? אבל סדר כאילו בסיס היופי, לא יש לך פונטה אחד בסיס היופי עם השם בתוך הפה שלה על חנות שטרות. עוד פעם, זה הולך להיות מסיני, מסייפר, מה הסייפר הולך להיות כבר כך לישון? הסייפר, אפשר לשאול אותו. נקראת? לא זה בגלל המקצוע, נקראת לי. ואז עושים לה שובר לה, יציר את זה דברים, בסדר, אפשר לדבר איתה. אבל אני מבין שהוא מדבר עכשיו. אפשר לדבר עם אי אפשר לדבר עם הלחם, אנחנו לא נדע. ומילא, הספק שלו כאן בסיס היופי. לא עדיף בזמן. אבל זה בסדר. יש לו כזה בטלפון. כל הזמן, כשאתי שריחו בגבולות, יש כאן דברים חיים מהמעיין בשביל כל האדמות. שותים לכל האדמות, שורפים אותם, והמים האלה צריכים מאוד מאוד לשמור עליהם. כפי שלמדנו רואים על הולך לספר יותר עושים אותם, וספר שומרים על המים האלה שלא יוצאים כמעט מזה, אפילו ילדים במקום מיוחד על הייתה מאוחרת, עולה מיוחד, אז אפילו דברים, כל מיני דברים שהתמונה לא תעלה, וככה, ואז יביאו אותם את השקרים, הקלטות, שלא יצאו את הידיים החוצה, שהתמונה לא נשתה בהם, ואז מסיירים את המים. זה המים מהמעיין, וזה מים ממש טהורים טהורים. ילדים שידעו רק של המים הזה, זה בסדר גמור. עד כמה אנחנו כל כך מקפידים על המים האלה, ואז פתאום מגיע לליטר אחד, והולך לו לדקות. כן, פתאום זה, זה שקלים. הילד, מסכן הילד הזה, הוא לא עושה שום דבר, הוא לא ילד בסוף האדמה שלו, החלום שלו. תקסור, שמה, על הזה, למה? כי יום אחד הוא נשאר את המים. הוא נשאר את המים. ואז אמרו אחת שהיא יותר יותר, נשאר יותר יותר יותר. הכל נגדו. זה גם בעיות. אלה שהריחו בגבול אותו מסכן מחוץ לגבולות, ולא מאוד נכון. והנגבול. ופתאום אתה מוצא שזה זה. ניסים, עכשיו, זה בוודאי. זה, למה הכוונה? שאני לא יודע איך אתה מוריד על עצמם פיסה. הוא לא יכול להיות ממש, הוא לא יכול להיות פיסה. ואם אתה עושה בן אדם, יש סיכוי מאוד גבוה שאתה אומר, בריחו, צריכים להקשיב לו, זה אלה של צמא גומות. בריחו בפיסה הוא בא בצמא גומות, זה קצת שונה. להוריד מקצה, זה שני יכולים לעשות, להוריד דברים. שהוא יכול לקום בריחו גומנו, או נכון, בגלל לא מעניין. גם אנחנו בסרטים בדרך כלל עוסק, הוא מה שאומר שזה, אבל פשוט משתמש במים שמחזיר את המים בחזרה. הוא מבקש לקרב קצת מזה בתוך חררה, זה בסדר. שזה נעשה מן הפחת המים האלה. אנחנו עכשיו נסיים את הסיפור של יקים ומיליון, אמר מיליון מבטח, כיסא של חולי, לא אכל, הוא לא יכול, הסבירו לו שהוא לא מבין, שזה לא שלו, ודברים שלא יודע, זה יקרה, זה איזשהו, פעם חוצה, אין בסוף שלהם, אני לא יודע כלום מה מצב, אפילו מה המקרה. זו כאילו היום נאמר, יש כמה דברים שאתה לזכור, מה אנחנו לומדים? העסקים שכאן, העסקים והמקווה, שככה מסביר לכם, העסקים של הנגזרת, עסקים של חיפה, כמה עסקים שאתה צריך, גם לא נניח, נזהר לא נניח בחדר, יש חדר, זה, בסדר, לא נניח בחדר הזה על בשר, כל הדברים, קצר, אבל מלא, מלא מדהים. בואו נגיד, בואו נשמע, ליבי סכין. יצא סכין בסך הכל, אין לו משהו, הכוונה זה הרבה. זה לקח איזה חוויה, זה מאוד מאוד חם. קיצור, סכין סכין כמו שצריך. נשאר לכם. מה השאלה? יצא, אתה יודע, שמתחיל, ולא מתבייש. ובסוף מה שהוא חקר, אז הוא חקר, בסדר, זה מה שחקר, אבל ומכניס אותו מחנך כל הדבר. נכון, כן? אז כאן יש את הסכין שהוא רק כאן, הוא נוגע בקנה של האדמה, כמו שהוא נוגע לשפיטה. הוא סוגר את השפיטים של המורה. אחר כך, הוא תוריד לי שנייה אחר כך, חצי שנייה אחר כך, הוא חותך את הכל. אז כבר לא נופל. בסדר, ההתחלה של הסכין נופל, אבל מה אנחנו יודעים? הדברים הם מאוד מאוד חמים, כי זה מאוד חם, אז הצד הזה מפגיע, הקורבן הזה חייב בעצם להיות חם. זה מגיע חם. יש לו עצמו שיש לבשת, שזה אחר כך, זה גם עדיין מאוחר, אתה שמחת. יש לנו וידאו לזה, סכין, אדום, חם. עכשיו, אז החצי שנייה הראשונה זה סורק, זה עושה פלייפר. החצי שנייה אחר כך הוא גומר את השפיטה, זה גם נפל, וזה פלייפר. כאן יש מה אומרת הגמרא? אני אגיד לכם דוגמה טובה. לא מכיר, משהו, עשו את המפה של פלסטיק, שרוצים לחתוך אותו שבת, כן? שוב, תפסו, שעובדים, מישהו בא עם ספריים באמצע. מה קורה? הוא נפרד מאוד מהר. החוק של הסכין הולך, אז הנה, אם צריכה איזה מפה, היינו עושים כאן הקדמה. בואו נעשה עם זה אליי, לא אגיד לכם. יש לכם תקשיבו כאן. בסדר, זה לא מעניין. לא, אם זה היה צורה כזאת, בסדר. בגלל זה שאתה מחכה ספריים, ומושכים לצד, בוא נגיד סתם דוגמה, זה לא... זה נפרד מהר. חבר'ה, שנייה לנגוע בצדדים. המספרים פותח, מספר הצדדים זזים, משקיע. גם בצורה שהוא מפוח ככה, כמו החולים מהבטן, כיוון שהצדדים נכנס, זה הולך לצדדים. הוא לא נסרט מספיק מהר מהזמין, יש כאן אפילו וידאו שמספיק. לא יודע שזה מספיק מהר כאן, אז הנה זה נפרד, ברגע שזה נפרד, זה קופץ. אז זה לא יודע לסכין, הנקודה התקציבית של הסכין לא עובדים. הכל נופלים ונפרדים. זה כרגע קצת יותר לאחד מה שצריך, אבל הנקודה עכשיו, שיש כאן הפרדה, הוא רוצה להשתחרר, הוא רוצה לברוח, הוא לא נותן לצד של הסכין לפרוד אותה. יש השקיעו תמיד בקרוב. נכון לי. לי זה נמשך לי, רציתי לעשות כאן איזה הקדמה אותך, לא, אבל זה לגמרי נאבקתי בהתחלה באירופה של מצב מיד. האם המצב מגיע חודש, ועוד אחד לא, גם דיברתי עם מקומות אז, אז מיד מבטלת את המכה והבנייה נשארת, אז מה נשאר לדעת רב אולסטייל? להפסיק בנייה בחצי דקה בחודש ימים, זה לא קורה, מה לא הסכימו לראות, אתם עוברים מאחד לאחד, חודש מגיע שיעה, ועוד מתעבור לעולם אם אתם מסתכלים על הצד השמאלי, חודש נשרף ומקבל פגיעה ואחר כך מסתכל מכה באותו מקום. אז מה נשאר לו בצד שמאל? מכה. ומה היה לו כשהוא הגיע לאותו מקום מהשמאל? היה לו מכה. שתי מכות מצטרפים ביחד לכלי. בסוף אמרתי כבר לאמר אשתי רצתה. כן, רוצים לראות את זה לך עוד פעם. אם עכשיו יש לו אותה, הוא נשרף עבורי על המים. והוא לא מכה שכפולה דווקא בצד שמאל, אז המכה בצד שמאל והמכה בצד ימין מצטרפים ביחד מסתדר. אבל זה הפוך, היה לו מכה בצד שמאל. זאת לא מכה, הם מסתכלים מה קרה, מכה באחד מיד ביחד במכה. אז אם הם מסתכלים, היה לו מכה בצד שמאל, ואחר כך זה הלך ונהיה פגיעה, אז הפגיעה מתגברת מפריעה, אז יש לו פגיעה בצד שמאל, יש לו מכה בצד ימין, פגיעה ומכה לא מסתכלים יחד. אז זהו, למה זה קשור אלינו? אתם מבינים, זה ויכוח. מי זה צעד במשחק הזה? מי לקח סכין, לקח את זה, הוא לקח משהו, סיפר בצורה. למה? כי זה לא קודם לגיבורת. זאת אומרת, מה קרה קודם? הסכין היו סכין לקח רחוב. המצב נהיה קודם, ומהקודם הגיע קודם זה שליטה. אז קודם הגיע מכה, ואחר כך הגיע כאן. אבל לא, אבל לא, כי מצא לי, אנחנו נשאר ונגיד שני. זה לא ככה, השם הזה לקח את זה. אז הוא שומע, אם הגענו לארץ, פיליפיים, יש לו רעי, איזשהו רעי, כל בן אדם מקבל חודש. האש, הצום, זה מחזיק את החוק. עוד צריך קודם לרדת. עכשיו זה שני סיבוכים, או לא יודע, מה זה מרגמה, נגיד נמצא בגלידרול, לקחת את הזה, את הדבר הזה. ובגלל זה, זה לא נדעה, נצא מישהו אותם, אני לא מתכוננים להספיק. אז אנחנו נסתכל על מקומות שזה לא מכה. אני חזרתי כבר במקומות, המכה היה קודם, כי היה קודם מכה. אז למה שנסתכל על זה כמו פגיעה? לא, פגיעה קצת בעבירה פלילית, בעבירה פלילית תמיד נהיה סתם. אז למה זה בא לידי ביטוי? נכנס למכה לשפיץ. למה? לכן, זה לא ממש מכה. אנחנו מסתכלים על זה בתור פגיעה, מה פגיעה? כי זה אחד, פגיעה. או נגיד דוגמה, זה כמו תפילה שסכין. תפילה שסכין זה לא מכה. תפילה שסכין זה פגיעה. זה לא מכה, זה פגיעה. חום על הבית, טוב, פגיעה קשה. ואז אומרים טוב, לא היה את התפילה. אנחנו נאמר מה לבקר. עכשיו זה הרי בזורת, מישהו פה, היה כאן סכין, יש לכם בסדר. איפה השקעת את זה? ואז הוא אמר לי בבוקר, אבל מה השקעת? אחרי ששמעתי, אתה לא יכול להשתמש בזה בתור, נכון, בסדר, יש לך סכין אחרי תרנגולות, אבל תקום את ה... לא יודע, למה לא זוכר. לא זה מצפייתון, מכמה כלים. נגיד רש"י, ממה קרה הספירה? 3 חובות. יוצא לקח, לחמות, ולאכול של 10 אנשים. אם אתה קופץ, אם אתה עושה הקטנה ואתה שווה לך על משהו ככה, הרס הזה הולך על החול, יש לנו לבוא בזה מהר. אז הורדתו אותה מ3 דברים ל1. זה תמיד יוצא. אם יש לך משהו שיוצא 3 דברים, לכן אתה מצמצם את זה ל1, אז תחזור לא לך. עכשיו, בשבת, אז בזוהר, הוא תמיד שופט את הכספים. תמיד זה כתוב בזוהר בעצמו שצריך זרע בכספים. מעשה שאתה צריך להביא כל רגע. אתה מסוגל? אבל לא מתאמים, כאילו מתאמים ממנו, לא מתאמים ממנו. משמיעים את השומר, והאמירות, ignorance, לא יודעים מה הרגישות לגמרי. אלא משמיעים השומר, אפילו פוסקים על פי זה דברים. גם במנהיגות האלה, כל דברים שפוסקים ורוצים, ולומדים שם אחרי זה, שהכל גודל לא מכיר את השכל ממנו, זאת אומרת, אתה לא מכיר אותו מתרחק ממה שהוא מבין. ומה מאוד הנה, כל הדברים האלה בפנים, כאילו wisdom learning okay, and not learning speak, לא מתרחקים Israelim, Hebrew America Israel, ואמרו, apologizers, why you not native Israel? Why you not native Israel? What's the native Israel? Even Israel on the other Yerushalayim, not Eretz Yisrael, האם מישהו באמת אומר שירושלים זה לא בארץ ישראל? שוב, there is a master insult, every location מדברת. המילה שמישהו יורד את האנשים בבית שאן, שאומר להם שגם בארץ ישראל, הם תפסו את בית שאן, אז יכול להיות בארץ ישראל. הם כיבוש ראשון. יש כיבושים, כן? בכלל שנכנסים לארץ ישראל זה כיבוש ראשון. כשחזרו מבבל זה שני. הכיבוש הראשון, הם תפסו את בית שאן, וזה זה, אבל לא צריך לראות עליהם שמונה להיות משמונה ולגמרי מגש, אבל משמונה ולגמרי שבוע. זה באופן קיצור, אלה ישראל וכיבושים מבבל. היה גם כמובן שבהתחלה, בכיבוש הראשון של בני ישראל, תפסו, אבל לא תפסו את אותם עיירות, האלה בבל. Mikosodom, Mikosodom people return to the Shaitan and the people of Lego, בגלל שתפסו אחד את שניים, וזה לא כזה אצלנו. בגלל שתפסו אחד את שניים שזה בדיקה לעולם, וכאן צריכים להכניס לזיכרון, ורימותם כדי הכניסו את בעלי העולם בפנים, רימותם, מה זה רימותם? השינוי, לכן אני אומר שצריך להתערב. רימותם פשוט כאלה שקופץ, להתערב בלי להגיד לך שזה יתערב. מדברים כאן על כביש ראשון, לא כביש שני, כביש שני, ורימותם, אנחנו פתאום עוברים בדיוק לכיבוש השני של בבל. ולמה הם לא תפסו את בית שאן? תפסו את זה, עם ישראל תפסו את זה, זה היה חלק מישראל. פעם שנייה לא תפסו את זה, למה? כי רצו שיהיה עוד בתענית, והרי אסור לשתות או לזרוע בשמחה, כדי לא יהיה אוכל לעניים, אז השאירו שם כל מיני עיירות שיוכלו לאכול אותם. לימודים ויושבים את בעלי העולם, אבל זה לא, אבל העם יודע לתת. עכשיו רגע, אני אומר, מה הכוונה? איזה ראייה יש לך שבית שאן זה לא מחוץ לארץ? לארץ הוא יכול לעלות. מותר לאכול אכילת ארעי. כלומר, מתי אסור לאכול מה שלא מיוצר? כשנגמר לך, שעשית פרי, שעשית משהו, שעשית את זה באיזה חבילה, סתם, אתה חוטף ירקות, מותר לך לאכול קצת. ואכילת ארעי זה כמה נגיד לעשות. כמה להם נגיד לעשות, לא, הכיבוש שם היה שזה היה ארוס. נגמר המלאכה, היה זה לא נקרא. יאמר, לא אומר למישהו עבד, יאמר למישהו עבד. יודעים לומר למישהו. לא נגיד, אולי זה לא, פשוט סתם ככה, להמחיש מה משהו נכנס, אוכלים, בגלל חדש. אז האלתר שייתן לי, עכשיו אנחנו נגמור כמובן את הכל הגדול, איזה אחרי זייטים, לא הפעם הראשונה שמענו את הסיפור הזה, פעם שלישית. הנה סיפור מרומם, לא ייקח תמיד ממך, טעות, שהאמונה של זכות הבריות לא יכולה בלי לעשות, ובוודאי שלא יכולה בלי לעשות. אם מישהו אומר מאוד רע, אולי ישמור לעצמו, אם נמציא לכל את הדברים הזה, אין לו כל מה יכול לעשות, יש לי די, תגיד לך לבריות יותר מדי. ילך לבבים, אומר, אני יודע שהבריאות קיבלו על הכניסים מהפלסטינים את הארץ, לא ילך לבבים שלא ינהגו לו, יזרוק תפוח למים, יזרוק פרות, אולי יעשה כנראה. טוב, הגמרא בגמרא לא שומעים במשפט זה, רגע, השתבחת. לא, נלך למילה. פשוט תסתכל, אתה רואה את הגמלים הזה בצד שמאל, ומצד ימין, הנה, זה, עם העיניים. החלק הזה ירד, או ירד במיוחד, או ירד בלי הידיים. מה הבעיה? חזיר גם נראה חמאס ועלי, יושב עם זרים, לא קפדני, הוא יושב עם זרים. שום סיפור סיפור, זה גם לא מדבר. יושבים, בקטע האולימפי, אנחנו אומרים, זה 100 ימים שנים עבר, סבבה, תרשימים, כמה תרשימים, והדבר הזה, כנראה העובדים מאוד נהנים מזה, נהנים מאוד לאכול את זה, כן? מנקות יונה, קיצור, לאזמן פילים, עכשיו נראה גם נכון, עבדתי, לאזמן, איסוסים, פיילוט, חייבים לעשות את זה בשביל מה, ותפעילו את זה לעשות, חייבים לעשות, לא לעשות למען שום דבר, וגם בטעים, שהמוח לא ישתנה, תצטרכו לעשות את זה, אפילו שזה מתקדם, אפילו זה, אבל אי אפשר, אם אתה לפני שהוא תבוא איתו, אם קנית מהמורה, כדי שאומר לו, שים את התאים של התרשימים, קניתי את הדבר הזה כזה ונעשה, חייבים לעשות, זה יש את המוצר עצמו, את הכלי, ואחר כך מכניסים לכלי. אם אתה קונה את הפילים, את הרסיסים, את הריפיס, אתה אמור להיות, זה לא צריכים לעשות לפני שנתערב איתו. אז הנה, אמרתי לו עכשיו, עכשיו הייתי לקחתי מבצע, למצאתי מוכן פיצוץ לקוויין, שזה כבר, כאילו, פשוט מיותר לאכול. עכשיו אני אומר לבוגיה, תגיד, מה פיצוץ? נתתי לו, אל תכניס, אל תכניס לו, לא יכניס כלום לבד. אתה נותן את כל הפיקוח של המועדת. אתה מבין, סי. תעשו בשבת בזמן הילדה, זה יותר חשוב, הנה, תכניסו את זה לבשל. וברגע שזה יישאר איתנו שזה לבשל, תפעל, תכניס את זה לחומר. לא צריך לחשוב שתערב אותו, תתאמין, תתעסק, בלעד, וכולי וכולי. תיקח את זה, תחשבו שנייה, מה זה המועד? המועד הוא בן למורה, הוא בן ים, הוא יודע, הוא צריך מקפיד על הלחץ ותמיד, הוא יודע מה שצריכים לעשות, זה הוא יודע, אבל לא בא לו עכשיו, הוא לא סמכות. אבל השני לא, מה פתאום, כל אמריקאי נורמלי, לא יבנה מהדברים האלה, יש לו ניסים, יש דברים שהם לא עושים, וחייבים לשאול אותנו כזה, לא שיושבים ומה הייתם רוצים לעשות, שיושבים ומה הייתם, מה המדע עשוי ממשלתי? הנה, הוא אומר לך, אבל ממשלתי, גם טילים, כמה טילים שלה? טילים שלה? אז יש בעיה, שהייתי בישראל בכלל, שבו יש מספיק מדינה שאי אפשר לסמוך עליה, ייתכן שאני אשמיד להם, ייתכן שאני יכול לבודד. אפילו אם זה מעורב, שמה ישראל, תפקיד שלהם, הוא יושב שקשוקה ויעשה לך לאכול. למה? עכשיו אמרת לי, שקשוקה, אם אתה קונה שקשוקה מהמסעדה של אמריקאי, למה? כי זה ריבוי של זמן, ריבוי של זמן ודק, פתאום פעם מסתכל שאשכנז הולך לדבר שלישי בסין. ואני עוד פעם מכיר את האבא הכי יהודי ושרציני, הוא אומר לך במפורש, שמרגרט מקדונלדס היא מהשף שליח שלה. הוא אומר לה, תכניסי את המחירים שלה לתוך הסיר, אז אסור, זה ולהפך, מחירים הטבעיים. היא קונה מחירים, הוא חייב לעשות, לא בגלל שהוא הלך מהבית, הוא כבר מיודד, אבל אם אתה אומר לה, זה הולך אל הבית, מלכתחילה לערבב את זה, להגיד לה לערבב, זה מעורב. וכמובן, אני שואל את האמריקאים מה עושים, מכיוון שזה נותן טעם למאכל, אז מותר לבקש, אי אפשר לאכול את הטעם הזה. בסדר, הוא אומר לו, אם צריך לכולם, מה אתה לא רוצה שהאישה של עם ישראל, היא תחזיק לך על הזמן, תגיד למישהו, לא ייתן לך, לא ייתן, מה ייתן? שהשם לא ייתן לו, והשם לא ייתן ממנו, שאתה נותן לשטיקר, הולך לך מה ייתן. מה ייתן שהוא לא ייתן לו, ושהוא לא ייתן ממנו, בגלל שתשוויגר מכריח את המסקלקל. כשאתה לוקח לשוויגר חיה לאכול, הוא חייב להחליף לך את זה. מהדברים שהם גונבים, הם מוכרים דברים. אומר לגמרא, יש איזה שיטה פשוטה אצלו, לא יכול לשבת איתו. אומר רבי יהודה, רבי קבל פיתו, כדי שנכנסה לו. תשמע, הוא משתנה לאכול, רוצה לאכול. הוא לא הפסיד את הכל הפיתו, הוא רוצה שיהיה טוב לבת שלה. והיא מבואסת מהחתן שלה. ולמעשה, מה קרה כאן? הלחם, היא שרפה את זה, כן? היא הכניסה את זה לתנור. היא שכחה, פתאום נשרף החלב, מה היא תעשה? תקשיב, של החתן, היא לוקחת לעצמה, משוועת את זה, והיא עושה חדש, והחדש זה הבעיה. אז זה לא להשיב לאח, היא לא טובה, היא רוצה לעשות טוב.
For fuck's sake.